Chapter 1074. Jiang Sun's expression suddenly changed. How did this group of people sneak in? Little Chongyang knelt on the mattress on the floor under the red and blue mist of Yiningzhen. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the dagger in front of him in a daze, but he did not move at all. Chongyang! Yang! Jiang Sun yelled in shock, trying to use his voice to wake little Chongyang up. At the same time, he waved his right hand and threw a sound of silence. Ding! However, before Jiang Sun raised his hand, the ghostly figure in the mist had already bewitched little Chongyang, and the red and white dagger had already been pointed at little Chongyang's throat. However, the dagger did not pierce little Chongyang's skin. Instead, it made a crisp ding sound. Little Chongyang had the diamond body of death. Whoosh bang! The ghostly figure disappeared, and the sound of silence came as expected. Chongyang's expression turned bitter. She quickly regained her composure. She had been kneeling on the mattress on the floor, but she quickly crawled out of the domain of silence. She saw another figure dashing into her tent. It was Jiang too. Little Chongyang rubbed his chest with a pained expression. Although Jiang Sun's sound of silence was of the lowest quality and did not have the additional, painful blow effect, the feeling of being silenced was still terrible. What happened? We're not eating. Little Chongyang's words came to an abrupt halt as there were roars coming from the military camp outside. Jiang Sun said, "The people from the Celestial Flower Organization have snuck in. Remember, they can change their appearance, height, and everything else. They can also use the star technique Orchid Bell. They're very sinister." Jiang Sun helped little Chongyang up and said, "Due to the limitations of height and race, they can't transform into other star beasts. Ghost Monk, Soul Warrior, and Dancer are too tall, while Book Soul is too short. The physical characteristics of auspicious beasts are completely different from humans. So, if they want to disguise themselves, they can only pretend to be our team members." Jiang Sun whispered, "For safety's sake, just in case, once we're separated, we'll need to use a password to confirm each other's identity when we meet again. The password between us is the name of the Birch Forest's tribe leader." Little Chongyang nodded obediently, but his big eyes were filled with disappointment. "All right, Jiang Shao. I was just eating barbecued meat." Jiang Sun. "What time is it?" My great-aunt Jiang Tu, who was standing at the entrance of the tent, said. "Let's go. Follow me out to exterminate the bandits." Coming. Hearing that they were going to fight, little Chongyang also became excited. He picked up the square sky halberd that was leaning against the entrance of the tent and chased after Jiang Tuesday. It seemed that in her mind, eating and fighting were on the same level. The three of them had just stepped out when they saw the chaotic military camp. The hoarse roars of the ghost monks, the furious roars of the soul warriors, and the whimpers of the auspicious beasts could be heard from time to time. The assassination team had failed their mission, but instead of fleeing, they were preparing to fight? How much confidence did they have? Under the moonlight, cherry blossoms fell and floated at the edge of the dense forest. 6 ghostly figures charged through the army as if there was no one stopping them. With their unparalleled speed, they pursued to kill with one strike. They never got entangled with any living creatures, and they would never meet up with the ghost monks who were extremely skilled in martial arts. After one strike, they left quickly. What was more terrifying was that in a short period of time, the military camp was filled with a red and blue mist. Ring ring ring, a crisp and melodious bell rang, bouncing in the military camp. Jiang Sun saw Yun, who was standing with the blind lady, and he hurriedly threw out a bell to heal the group of star beasts whose throats had been torn apart. Without a doubt, this assassination team that appeared and disappeared mysteriously were the elites of the elites. Their tactical thinking was very clear. Under the moonlight, among the cherry blossoms, the flashing figures were terrifying. "Ha!" A yin-yang soul warrior roared angrily, and instantly transformed into the yang soul state, greatly increasing his defense. and in this short span of a second, his body had actually been stabbed 3 times in a row. Head, throat, heart. The Yin-Yang Soul Warrior tightened his long legs, and with a kick, the figure in front of him who stabbed 3 times disappeared without a trace, leaving only a faint red and blue mist. In an instant, the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior's eyes became blurred. Obviously, he was dragged into the illusion of the Lily of the Valley fog. It was also at this moment that another ghostly figure appeared behind the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior. The blue and red dagger was very ruthless, and from the bottom to the top, it directly stabbed into the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior's back. The other party did not continue fighting, and left the dagger that was stabbed into the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior's back, and quickly fled. Jiang Sun hurriedly threw out a bell, and the jumping medical light just hit the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior's body, and there was a violent explosion. Boom! The Lily of the Valley dagger that was stabbed deep into the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior's heart exploded. Not only that, but the exploded Lily of the Valley fog also permeated the surroundings, quickly polluting the surrounding area. The same scene was happening in the Yegu Tower army. Jiang Tu pulled out the giant blade of death, and with the help of his perception, he quickly shuttled away. Behind him, little Chongyang immediately chased after him. 2 platinum lines of the giant blade of death shone with a dazzling light and chased after a ghostly figure in the cherry blossom domain. Jiang Sun frowned. He had already understood the other party's tactics and common star technique. Jiang Sun's body flashed, and he stood directly on top of little Chongyang's tent. That position was very obvious, and it was a position that was full of taunts. It was very attractive. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Just as Jiang Sun stood on top of the tent, a ghostly figure with a dagger in his hand pierced Jiang Sun's face. However, the red and blue dagger disappeared quietly, and the ghostly figure slowed down. That was because the moment Jiang Sun stood there, he threw out the domain of silence beneath his feet. A gentleman does not stand under walls. But the problem is, I, Jiang Sun, am not afraid of death. The ghostly silhouette charged over but barged into the domain of silence. After losing the dagger in his hand, the ghostly silhouette clenched his fist, wanting to make use of the momentum and impact to smash Jiang Sun's head. However, things did not go as he wished. That steel-like fist smashed into a transparent defensive wall. That was because Baze was hidden in the tent below Jiang Sun, at the edge of the domain of silence. Jiang Sun's combat intelligence was not to be trifled with. That was something that he had experienced time and time again in actual combat. He had killed his way through the battlefield. The reason why he dared to stand here was because he had the confidence to do so. He had already set up a trap. The ghostly figure who punched the transparent defensive shield suddenly had a change of expression. The ghostly figure wanted to continue shuttling, but he could not activate his star technique, and had no choice but to fall down due to inertia. At this moment, a purple bolt of lightning exploded in the tent. The purple electric current smashed the curtain of the tent and accurately hit the ghostly figure who was falling down. The ghostly figure's face stiffened and his body went numb while his mind went blank. Under the violent impact of the electric current, even though he had been blasted out of the domain of silence, it was still difficult for him to move within a short period of time. "How dare you hit my Jiang Shao?" A delicate voice filled with anger could be heard. Little Chongyang flashed and appeared behind the ghostly figure, holding a halberd made from the body of the Void Calamity Phantom and thrusting it forward. Ding! The halberd pierced the ghostly figure's chest, but it only made a crisp sound and did not pierce his heart. Chongyang widened her almond-shaped eyes and flashed again, appearing in front of the ghostly figure. There was already a platinum-colored pearl of desperation in her hand. She held the pearl of desperation in her hand and pressed it against the ghostly figure's face. To be exact, she pressed it against the ghostly figure's mouth that was wide open due to the pain. Jiang Sun was dumbfounded at the sight of this, little Chongyang forcefully pressed the pearl of desperation into the ghostly figure's mouth and covered his mouth with her tiny hand while pinching his face. At the next moment, boom! It was a diamond-quality pearl of desperation that exploded from the enemy's mouth. All of a sudden, the scene was extremely bloody. The ghostly head that little Chongyang was holding was blown up. Little Chongyang's body was also splattered with thick blood. Although she had star power to protect her body, her clothes were torn apart. Although it seemed a little tragic, little Chongyang actually did not suffer too much damage. Apart from the pearl of desperation, she also had a star technique that came with it. Body of desperation, diamond body of desperation. Greatly increases one's defense, greatly increases one's resistance to explosive star techniques, and is immune to dizziness. But then again, why did the desperado have the star technique pearl of desperation? Because the desperados were all skeletons that could be blasted at will. Anyway, they didn't wear any clothes at all. Little Chongyang, who was dressed in rags, flashed again and returned to Jiang Sun's side with an anxious expression. She wanted to show concern for Jiang Sun, but she could not make a sound when she opened her mouth. It was because Jiang Sun was still keeping silent and using her as bait. Jiang Sun hurriedly pushed the ragged little Chongyang out on the east side of the military camp. Jiang Tu's figure flashed through the dense rain of ink and paper. Relying on his keen senses, he frantically chased after the ghostly figure in front of him. However, the disadvantage of the star technique blade of desperation was also revealed. It could not be turned. On the other hand, the cherry blossom domain could allow one to change direction at will while moving rapidly. In an instant, the two figures darted into the dense forest. 2 seconds later, Jiang Tu's figure stopped abruptly. In front of him was a circle formed by swaying green vines. The vine-like plants were about 10 centimeters tall and had spikes on them. In the center of the circle formed by the green vines stood a man and a woman, as well as a woman lying on the ground. "You're here," said a man with a medium build who grinned at Jiang Tu while speaking in his hometown's language. Jiang Tu knew this man and woman. He had seen the leader of the Xianhua organization in the illusion that Yin Ingzhen created for him. Jin Yaoqi, Chui Kelly. At the feet of the female leader, Chui Kelly, was a woman who was tied up and had blood flowing out of her mouth. She was Yin Ingzhen. She was tied up tightly by the green vines and could not move at all. The strange thing was that Yin Ingzhen was using her true appearance at this moment. In other words, her star power has been sealed? Otherwise, this woman who loved beauty as much as her life would not have shown her true appearance. "I'm very honored to be able to invite you to see what happens to this bitch, hee. As she spoke, Chui Kelly stepped on Yin Ingzhen's head and continued to use force to grind her into the ground. "Ah!" Yin Ingzhen screamed. Her face was distorted as she screamed miserably. Bang! There was a thunderclap. Purple lightning descended from the sky. The thick purple lightning directly exploded in the middle of the circle of green plant. The dense purple electric currents were like little snakes, crawling everywhere. However, in Jiang Tu's eyes, all of this turned into nothingness. Baze, who was rushing over, had a change of expression. As he flashed too quickly, he only realized that something was wrong when he actually entered the battlefield. Through his synesthesia, everything that Jiang Tu saw was an illusion. The thick purple electric current directly exploded on the empty ground. When did Jiang Tu fall for it? Was it when he was chasing that ghostly figure? The faint mist of the bell that floated in the air had already dragged Jiang Tu into the illusion? Why did the illusion shatter? Because a sharp dagger directly stabbed into Jiang Tu's face. Without any hesitation, the lily of the bell dagger exploded. Jiang Tu did not even have the chance to be stunned. The soul devouring of the sea that was draped over Jiang Tu was completely dumbfounded. If the other party stabbed the dagger from the back of Jiang Tu's head, the soul devouring of the sea could at least block it for a while. However, That figure actually appeared directly in front of Jiang Tu. From the beginning to the end, the soul devouring of the sea did not escape from the illusion. It was not until Jiang Tu's head was shattered and the lily of the bell weapon exploded that the soul devouring of the sea was blown away that the cloak suddenly woke up. Its perception of this world had been modified. At this moment, Jiang Tu died the same way that the ghostly figure that little Chongyang had pressed into his mouth with the pearl of desperation. True, a heavenly reincarnation. It was an instant death. On Earth, those at the Star Warrior stage could be recognized as the Star Warrior King by the world. However, on this alien ball, the Star Warrior's life was not called a life at all. Jiang Tu's passive defense type was gold quality endurance. Gold quality endurance was different from the gold quality body of steel which specialized in physical defense, and it could not be compared to the body of desperation. However, Jiang Tu was used to green glow and his skills also relied on green glow. As a warrior, he must have this. However, the problem was that when he absorbed green glow, he first absorbed endurance. On Earth, in the snowfield of Fen City, Jiang Shao covered his head with one hand and closed his eyes tightly. His face was extremely distorted as he squeezed out a word from between his teeth, F***CK. Chapter 1075. As Jiang Tu's head exploded, the sea-devouring soul regained its senses and quickly flew backward with Jiang Tu's headless corpse in an attempt to escape from this dangerous situation. Suddenly, a patch of cherry blossoms fell and a ghostly figure appeared. The red and blue dagger in her hand turned into a long sword made of cherry blossoms. Puss! The cherry blossom sword stabbed at the sea-devouring soul but failed to pierce through it. Huh! Accompanied by a woman's confused voice, the cherry blossom sword suddenly exploded in the next moment. The sea-devouring soul was blown away again. This time, the headless Jiang Tu, who was enveloped by the sea-devouring soul, flew out from the open cloak like a kite with a broken string. This star beast is interesting. The female leader of the fairy flower tribe seemed to have never seen the sea-devouring soul from the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. She stuck out her tongue and licked the blood on her lip. Her eyes were full of interest. Her ghostly figure shuttled back and forth again. The cherry blossom sword stabbed the sea-devouring soul and pierced into the ground. A cloud of mist emerged from the hood of the sea-devouring soul. It looked like a horrifying human face. In the next moment, countless water droplets appeared and dyed Chui Kelly's clothes. Pust, 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 platinum-devouring sea punishment. The special star power water seemed to be able to melt everything. In an instant, Chui Kelly's black clothes melted a lot. Not only that, even her face looked like it was splashed with sulfuric acid. Chui Kelly's expression changed, but what made people's hair stand on end was that she didn't seem to feel any pain. Or perhaps she didn't care about this kind of pain at all. Her eyes blazed even more. This kind of pain seemed to arouse her desire to fight even more. As the star power water continued to splatter, she narrowed her eyes and stared at the cloak in front of her. Clearly, she was more interested in this cloak. Swoosh! Cherry blossoms quietly appeared on Chui Kelly's martial arts attire. In the blink of an eye, a cherry blossom trench coat was draped over her body and a cherry blossom mask was put on her face. The sea devourer's star power water melted the cherry petals, and the cherry petals made of star power quickly filled up her face. The sea-devouring punishment, star technique of the sea-devouring soul, was of platinum quality. At such a critical moment, the sea-devouring soul couldn't possibly hold back. However, its star power water was obstructed. The speed at which it dissolved the cherry blossom windbreaker and the cherry blossom mask was far slower than the speed at which the cherry blossom petals appeared. You are mine. This is the truth. You can only accept it. Chui Kelly held the cherry blossom long sword in her hand and activated the cherry blossom domain, piercing the body of the sea devourer. Wearing the cloak, she dashed into the dense forest, disappearing without a trace. A few seconds later, in the dense forest thousands of meters away, the sea-devouring soul was stabbed into the ground by the cherry blossom long sword. Chui Kelly, who was wearing the cherry blossom windbreaker, knelt down on her knees. Wearing the cherry blossom gloves, she grabbed the mist in the hood of the sea devourer with one hand. The cherry blossom gloves glowed as though they would explode at any time. Chui Kelly's movements came to an abrupt halt. She opened her mouth and spoke in a strange Chinese accent, "Submit or die." The sea-devouring soul was not an adult. It had been absorbed by Jiang Tu as a pet a few months ago and was brought along with it. In other words, it was still in the form of a cub. Besides, its relationship with Jiang Tu was not as deep as it seemed, not to mention a piece of clothing. Even if it was a brother or best friend with a deep relationship, how many times had there been betrayals? Besides, Jiang Tu had already died at this moment. The sea-devouring soul had a high IQ, and its tendency to avoid harm was also engraved in its genes. Taking 10,000 steps back, who in this world would be willing to die? Similarly, there was a woman who was unwilling to die. Hee. A smug laugh came from the dense forest. The male leader of the Celestial Flower Organization walked out with Yiningzhen, who was tied up by vines. He pointed to the headless Jiang Tu who had been blown away not far away and said, "You betrayed us just to follow this little bastard?" Jin Yaoqi grabbed Yiningzhen's hair and shook her left and right, making her face Jiang Tu's headless body. Yiningzhen's body trembled and she said while trembling, "Sir, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. You bitch, you have repeatedly shown your loyalty. Do you think I will keep you?" Yiningzhen pressed Yiningzhen's head against the tree with one hand and pressed his upper body against it. He moved behind her ear and laughed. "Do you know what your only value is now? I beg you, sir, don't kill me. I still have value. I have a lot of information about this Chinese team. I can also do anything for you." Yiningzhen struggled with all her might, but her face was slightly contorted under the pressure of the palm and the tree trunk. "Ha!" The male leader, Jin Yaoqi, rose into the air and emphasized in a strange manner, seemingly teasing her. He looked at the traitor in front of him coldly and sneered. "They're all going to die today. I don't need any information. What do you think?" Yiningzhen said while shivering, "No, you need it. Please don't do this to me." At the same time, in the camp by the sea. In less than 3 minutes, the place was already shrouded in a red and blue fog. In the fog, ghostly shadows shuttled back and forth, and shrill screams could be heard continuously. It was as if everyone was in a gorgeous but cruel dream. In a simple tent, the blind lady was holding an illusory long whip in her hand, which was coiled around a masked man in a black suit. The masked man had a look of horror on his face, and there was extreme fear in his eyes. It was a tremor that came from the depths of his heart. The whip that was coiled around his body did not loosen or tighten, but it was continuously transmitting fear to his heart. Below star level 4, Platinum Star Technique, Soul Strangulation. In front of the masked man, He-Yun's eyes were wide open and his eyes were already dark. Clearly, He-Yun had long activated the star technique, Night Eye, in the tent that was filled with thick fog. While he had night vision, he could also see through the illusions and unnatural darkness, and also give his opponent a psychological shock. He-Yun's old palm suddenly turned into a claw shape, and the star technique sharpness that he obtained from Great Meng's star was activated, tearing at the masked man in front of him. The blind lady loosened the whip in her hand, turned around, and walked out of the tent. As she walked, her eyes, which were covered by the white cloth, flowed with dark tears that stained her fair and tender face. She still did not remove the white cloth that was covering her eyes, but a bright ray of light suddenly lit up in the white cloth. Her bright gaze actually penetrated the cloth and landed in front of her. The blind lady. It seemed that she had never really been blind before. Standing in the chaotic military camp, she saw the golden rods appearing out of thin air and hitting her comrades around her maniacally. The golden rods were trying their best to wake all of their comrades up, but the golden rod star technique could only wake one person up at a time. It would also be accompanied by intense pain. The blind lady extended her hand, and all of a sudden, a gust of wind swept over, causing her long hair and white robe to flutter. The Yegu Tower soldiers were thrown off their horses, and the endless gust of wind not only blew them away, but also dispersed the mist of the lily of the valley in the field. She had done the same thing a few seconds ago. That time, she killed an assailant. A few seconds later, she was still standing at the entrance of the tent, but no one dared to sneak up on her again. At some point in time, spots of fluorescence quietly appeared and spread out from the tent behind the blind lady, flashing in the entire military camp. Hyun's right hand was covered in blood, and he was holding onto a broken human head. Meanwhile, his left hand was filled with white fluorescence that could purify souls. Below star level 4, Platinum Star Technique, Mu Ming. It's a range purification star technique. The old master has finally obtained a purification-type star technique. The reason why Jiang Tu and Jiang Sun were fearless was because they had already explained the mission to Hyun. Having carried out missions on the peninsula for a long time, everyone was well aware of the operation of the Peninsula Star Technique. Since they dared to use this trick, the team was naturally well prepared. However, Jiang Tu had obviously underestimated the enemy's abilities and overestimated Elder He's combat abilities. Jiang Sun initially thought that Hyun, who was in the Starry Sky stage, would be able to protect the entire army. However, he did not expect to be held back by a small fry. Jiang Sun, who was in the military camp, felt a little relieved after discovering the spots of light. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to trust his comrades and also rely on himself. It was not that he no longer trusted his comrades, but rather, he felt that he shouldn't pin all his hopes on others. He shouldn't take anything for granted. Even the Star Warriors in the Starry Sky stage were still humans. Since they were humans, all sorts of situations would inevitably occur. As the spots of light spread throughout the entire military camp, the mist of the lily of the valley that had yet to be completely blown away was finally purified by the fluorescence. The chaotic military camp suddenly became much quieter. It was because the Yi-Gu Pagoda army suddenly discovered that they were actually fighting their own comrades. The star beasts that were fighting stopped in unison. At this moment, the shouts and sounds of weapons colliding were especially ear-piercing. Die! He! Jin Xiu chuckled sinisterly, and the terrifying eyes under the bamboo hat emitted a bright ray of light. He held the giant sword and stabbed it at the masked man's waist. At this moment, he stepped on the halo of thorns and put on the starlight cassock while the seal of holy power appeared in front of his chest. At the back, the ghost monk clan that was fighting each other snapped back to reality and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see that a series of star techniques had been added to Jin Xiu's body. The giant sword that was made of ordinary materials pierced the masked man in front of him. At this moment, Jin Xiu also activated the star technique Motionless. While stabbing the opponent to death, he also protected his name. Decisive, ruthless, and wise. However, the person in front of him, who had only reached his waist, did not make any move to escape or counterattack. This was because a small hand shrouded in mist had emerged from the ground beneath the masked man's feet, tightly grabbing onto the masked man's ankle. Under the star technique Motionless, Jin Xiu couldn't even move his eyes. However, when it sensed that the other party seemed to have been controlled, Jin Xiu immediately cancelled the star technique and tore it apart. As the giant sword was waved continuously in an instant, there was a mist of blood and minced meat flying everywhere. Not only must you kill, but you must also kill thoroughly. Master taught you that. Chapter 1076. Jin Xiu's master, whom she couldn't forget, was riding on the back of the Black Ridge Fire Feather. He flew high in the sky and rained down a series of bell-bells. He could see the situation below. Jiang Sun's expression was rather ugly. Under the protection of He Yun and the blind girl, the Yigu Tower army had at least stabilized. However, the battle was still ongoing, especially the paper ink book soul that had been bewitched. With the help of the paper ink clothes, it released paper pieces indiscriminately, blowing up countless allies. Even though the members of the Immortal Flower Organization were very strong, from the perspective of the number of casualties, the Yigu Tower army suffered more damage from their own army. Fortunately, Jiang Sun had already thrown the two white-faced dancers into the shadow ruins when the fog had dissipated. Otherwise, if the two astral beasts were to be bewitched, the Yin-Yang Soul Warrior team would have been smashed into smithereens. Jiang Sun was flying in such a conspicuous position, but no one dared to ambush him. Because the person who had attempted to assassinate Jiang Sun had died, just like the person who had attempted to assassinate the blind girl. Jiang Sun rode on the Black Ridge Fire Feather and floated motionlessly in the air. On the other hand, Jiang Sun's surroundings were completely enveloped by silence. Jiang Sun had constructed an invisible barrier that said, "This path is blocked." He calculated the time and replenished the silence every 10 seconds. As long as you had a route of movement, be it flying or traveling at high speed, you would have to pass through the silence domain. Once an enemy passed through here, they were already a dead person. No matter how fast you traveled, after being silenced, you could still continue to charge forward due to inertia. However, He Chongyang, who was riding in front of Jiang Sun, was definitely not someone to be trifled with. There was still blood dripping from her halberd. The owner of this blood was someone who didn't believe in the supernatural. Special battlefield, special treatment. Jiang Sun had long realized that this group of people didn't have any magic abilities. They were all melee fighters, perhaps even all melee fighters, assassins. This was an assassination team with a very single function. It should be an assassination team that existed specifically to kill. Was this still the Immortal Flower Organization that Yinjin mentioned? This was probably not just the Celestial Flower Organization, right? This was especially true for the Mist of the Lily of the Valley. With the support of the Cherry Blossom domain, there was definitely a chemical reaction, and its power increased exponentially. If it weren't for the fact that the purification star techniques were naturally superior to the pollution-type star techniques, He Yun probably wouldn't be able to purify the camp even if he wanted to. In the military camp below, the cherry blossom rain was still present, and there were even ghostly figures shuttling back and forth. Jiang Sun held on to silence and threw it onto the heads of the ink paper book souls. This group of little fellows had gone berserk. Even though they had already escaped from the dense fog of the Lily of the Valley, they were still fighting with anger. A red silk inkstone in one hand, a zhuangyuan brush in the other, a set of paper and ink robes. The ink book soul clan was simply the best candidate to cause a ruckus. Jiang Xiao? He Chongyang suddenly called out, gesturing for Jiang Sun to look towards the east. Jiang Sun looked over in the blink of an eye, and his pupils constricted slightly. In the sky not far away, there was a woman in a black cloak with cherry blossoms around her. She was looking at him from afar. The moment the two of them looked at each other, Chui Kelly smirked and said with a mocking smile, "Is the peninsula a place where you can come?" They were too far away and the woman was speaking in her native language. Under the moonlight, Jiang Sun couldn't see her lips clearly. But that robe... Soul of the Sea Devourer? Jiang Tu's Soul of the Sea Devourer? Jiang Sun raised his hand and threw out silence. However, the woman's figure shuttled through the air. Fast. She's so damn fast. He Chongyang didn't even look back at all. He pointed at the heavenly halberd and stabbed it behind him. Huff, the cherry blossoms around Chui Kelly's body, the dense fog of the valley, and the cherry blossom sword in her hand all disappeared the moment she passed through the domain of silence. However, He Chongyang's heavenly halberd did not stab her because the soul of the sea devourer on the woman suddenly lifted the hem of her robe and caught little Chongyang's attack. Chui Kelly flew backward and quickly left the domain of silence. If not for the soul of the sea devourer, she would have been a corpse by now, no matter how glorious her previous achievements were. Unfortunately, Jiang Sun's domain of silence was gold quality, which was also the lowest quality. It didn't have the painful strike or the space imprisonment effect, so she was able to escape easily. Chui Kelly flew backward and sneered, "Your robe is not bad." Jiang Sun's Korean was half-baked, but he could understand such simple words. Harumph! The black ridge fire feather screeched and a scorching hot wind blew out. The moment before the black ridge fire feather attacked, Jiang Sun had already raised his hand and threw out silence. However, both Jiang Sun's attack and the black ridge fire feather's attack missed. The cloaked woman in the air disappeared silently, but her voice didn't disappear. She actually flew around Jiang Sun in circles. For a moment, Jiang Sun seemed to have turned on 3D surround sound. You should scram back to your hometown and pray every day that I'll set foot there later. Jiang Sun's expression turned solemn when he heard the woman's voice. This time, he didn't calculate the time, cast silence, or seal off the surrounding area. Jiang Sun made a prompt decision and said to little Chongyang, "Look for the right opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped off his horse. Although he was also wearing a cloak, he naturally fell down. Clearly, he had no intention of flying. Jiang Shao. Little Chongyang's expression changed. He kicked the warhorse beneath him with his short legs and quickly flew down. Remember, this peninsula isn't a place people like you can set foot in. The woman's voice surrounded Jiang Sun, but she didn't try to assassinate him. The ghostly figure continued to fly around Jiang Sun's body without any pattern. "I've seen your movements and I've seen what you've done. You want to flatten the peninsula? Haha. You want die. Really?" Chui Kelly's voice was like a ghost that lingered around Jiang Sun. "I'll give you enough time. I hope you can recall the taste of tonight." As her voice disappeared, the woman's figure disappeared too. However, the cherry blossoms that filled the sky did not disappear. At the same time, the Yi-Gu Pagoda army was shaken again. A muffled sound was heard. Before everyone could snap back to their senses, they saw a yin-yang soul warrior clutching his chest with one hand and half kneeling on the ground. The enemy's speed is too fast. Unlike the assassins from the Xianhua organization, the female leader's cherry blossom domain was probably of a higher level. The difference in speed was like the difference between clouds and mud. Jiang Sun's expression changed and he yelled, "All yin-yang soul warriors, activate your yang soul state. Silver consort activate. Golden consort activate. Starlight robe activate." As he spoke, Beiza's figure appeared behind Jiang Sun and he also activated the transparent defensive shield. Due to Jiang Tu's presence, Jiang Sun didn't have any star techniques. He was purely providing medical support. At this moment, Jiang Tu was already dead. The headless corpse had already turned into specks of starlight that dissipated in the air. The other party didn't take the bait. They really didn't come. Jiang Sun had a sullen expression as he saw figures dressed in black slowly appearing in the dense forest in the distance. Several men in black from the Xianhua organization had already died there, and there was another batch of them in the dense forest. If everyone had the cherry blossom domain star technique, did it mean that there were many people from Japan? Ring ring ring, a series of crisp and melodious bell chimes rang out. He-Yun threw out the bell with one hand, and the star map in front of his chest quietly bloomed. He activated the orange-red bell shield, which landed on the blind lady, little Chongyang, Jiang Sun, and himself. Little Chongyang looked indignant and suddenly flipped off the horse before throwing the heavenly halberd to Jiang Sun. He then summoned a platinum heavenly halberd in his hand and, whoosh! Little Chongyang shuttled back and forth rapidly. With his perception and speed fully activated, he madly chased after the ghostly figure. Although it was also a diamond-quality high-speed movement star technique, the blade of death that shuttled in a straight line was indeed inferior to the domain star technique. The sneak attack and assassination in the past had turned into a head-on confrontation. When a team that specialized in assassinations in the dark was engaged in a head-on confrontation with the army, it was enough to tell the direction of the battle. However, Star Warrior was synonymous with defying fate and changing fate. Two figures flickered and appeared in Beiza's transparent defensive shield. Blind Lady and He-Yun. Blind Lady stood in front of Jiang Sun and suddenly half-knelt on the ground while pressing her hand against the ground. She had endured it for a long time. Her star martial technique was not suitable to be used in the military camp. Compared to killing a few assassins, the Yegu Tower army would definitely suffer more casualties under her star martial technique. However, at this moment, with the arrival of more than 20 men in black, Blind Lady decided not to worry about anything anymore. At the moment when Blind Lady pressed her hand against the ground, everyone was stunned all of a sudden. Yes, everyone present was stunned. Be it the Yegu Tower army, the Star Advent team, or the Celestial Flower Organization, all of them paused to some extent. It was because a few houses suddenly appeared on the cliff? Are these the buildings of human society? Is this an ordinary village on the Kimchi Peninsula? There were also concrete roads in front of the houses that He-Yun had not seen for decades. There were road signs, courtyards, and a few plots of farmland that were overgrown with weeds in the sky. The stars flickered and the moon that was half obscured by the clouds seemed to be illusory as it appeared and disappeared from time to time. He-Yun's expression changed and the light in his hand flickered. The scattered stars emitted a dazzling ray of light, as if they were trying to purify the world. Clearly, He-Yun thought that the team had once again been dragged into the mist of the Lily of the Valley. However, both Little Chongyang and He-Yun activated Night Eye. The Blind Lady immediately burst into tears and activated the double bright pupils star technique again. Under the effect of the star technique that could break illusions, it would be impossible for them to be dragged into an illusion. In everyone's eyes, the scene of the alien sphere and the scene of Earth alternated and flashed at a faster and faster frequency. At the same time, in Qiangue Province, in an ordinary residential house, Xian was lying on a single bed with the little Treant in her arms and sleeping soundly. All of a sudden, she opened her eyes abruptly and turned around to look. She saw a giant tree that was flashing rapidly in front of the computer desk. Xian picked up the little Treant and hurriedly sat up. She turned to look out of the window, only to see countless giant trees flashing in the streets and buildings. The cement road was quickly alternating with the soil and grass. Xian hurriedly ran out and rushed to her parents' room. In a dimensional space in a certain city in the Central Plains, Xie, who was dressed in the military uniform of the Guardians, looked exhausted and seemed to have finally gotten off work. As soon as Xie arrived at the parking lot and unlocked his car keys, he realized that the surrounding scenes were changing rapidly. Xie no longer looked sleepy and his eyes were wide awake. Right in front of him, there was a golden auspicious beast with a huge head that was more than 3 meters tall. It was trying its best to lower its head and blinking its large eyes while looking at the cars in the parking lot in bewilderment. Huh! Liaodong, Liaoyan City, Northern Military Academy Campus. Wu Haoyang held the green dragon crescent moon sword in his hand and stood in the dark martial arts arena of the campus, exhaling a cold mist. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the campus was terrifyingly quiet. In the middle of the night, Wu Haoyang's tall figure slowly waved the long sword under the moonlight and studied every move carefully. However, Wu Haoyang's movements stiffened slightly. In front of him, The sparring field that had been cleaned up was suddenly covered in white snow. Not far away there was a small snow-covered hill in the dojo building, as if it could bury the dojo at any time. At the same time, in the Beijiang land, Funching snowfield dimensional space, Jiang Shao froze for a moment before hurriedly teleporting to the entrance of the snowfield and stepping out. After arriving on Earth, Jiang Shao teleported again and appeared on the peninsula. The blind lady was half kneeling on the ground with black tears flowing from her eyes. She, who was blindfolded, suddenly raised her head and looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her. This Jiang Shao seemed to be different from the other Jiang Shao. Jiang Zhao's eyes were red. Under the rapidly flickering moonlight and starry sky, the rapidly gathering dark clouds were real. Rumble! Accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder, a gale suddenly rose. A storm was coming. Hiss! Roar! Buzz! On the peninsula, the dragon and the whale rose together. The majestic and violent dragon roar was accompanied by the ethereal and sorrowful cry of the whale, rippling under the night sky. Two behemoths quietly appeared in the wind and slowly wandered under the dark clouds. Jiang Zhao's voice passed through the Yigu Tower army and was transmitted to the people of the Fairy Flower Organization. It also reached the ears of Chui Kelly, who was wearing a cloak and surrounded by cherry blossoms. "I'll let you know today how I flattened this peninsula. Let's play something exciting and ask for monthly support." Top. Chapter 1077. Under the mental connection of the buzzing whales, sea dream, star technique, he chanted, "Buzz!" All of a sudden, the surroundings of the sea cliff, including the depths of the dense forest, were all scanned and imprinted in Jiang Zhao's mind. The drizzle had yet to fall, but Jiang Shao had already found his target. Chui Kelly's face was filled with fear. If the sea-devouring soul star pet had exceeded her expectations and increased her understanding of star beasts, then the humming whale and howling dragon had completely scared Chui Kelly out of her wits. What's this? What's this? Are they ancient divine beasts? Many of the cultures of the Pickle Nation were of the same origin as those of China. The image of a dragon, especially an Eastern dragon, seemed to only appear in the imagination of humans. Chui Kelly was standing on a big tree in the dense forest. She held onto the trunk with one hand and her expression changed. Her palms were trembling slightly. At this moment, the Yigu Tower army suddenly fell into chaos. Swoosh! At the same time, the drizzle also started falling. The dragon and whale in the sky quickly flew over and entered the battlefield, causing the entire Yigu Tower army to explode. It was not only because of the terrifying prehistoric creature, but also because of the rapid attack of the 18 members of the Xianhua organization. The members of the Xianhua organization did not escape. They didn't even hesitate at all. It seemed that they had received an order to continue the assassination. The leader of the Xianhua organization was indeed capable to be able to make the soldiers obey orders in such a battlefield environment. The male leader, Jin Yaoqi, was among the assassins. After giving the order, the battle began again. However, Jin Yaoqi was different from his subordinate. Although he charged in, he immediately turned around and walked around the edge of the battlefield, as if he was observing the situation and testing his opponent. If the situation turned bad, he would immediately turn around and escape. Everyone wanted to know if the two big fellows in the sky were truly capable, or if they were just there to put on a show. Having dealt with illusionary star techniques all their lives, they had a deep understanding of the bluffing trick. Bang! There was silence. The diamond-silver companion and the masked man in front of them were stunned. The diamond-silver companion clearly sensed the impending danger and thus tensed up. As for the masked man, his rapidly shuttling figure came to an abrupt stop. He was immediately confined by a silence spell that minimized the area of effect. For a moment, everyone who saw this scene was somewhat dumbfounded. What star technique is this? They knew how the star technique silence worked, but why could it also immobilize one's body? The masked man's astral power was sealed during the high-speed shuttle, but why was the inertia of his sprint also sealed? No, it did not seem to be completely sealed. The masked man's body was indeed in the process of leaning forward, but the speed of his movement was extremely slow. Most importantly, is this star technique directional? Otherwise, how could the star technique catch the star warrior who was moving at high speed? What kind of terrifying perception and reaction speed does Jiang Shao, who has just appeared, have? In response, Jiang Shao felt that even the shadow crow that was shuttling at high speed could grab his ankle and drag him back forcefully before casting a silence spell on him. It's a piece of cake for him to imprison someone who has a destination, hee. The diamond-silver companion's physique was far superior to that of all the star beasts of the Yi Gu Tower army. It immediately reacted, and at the same time, the holy power seal appeared in front of its chest, while its sharp claws tore at the man in front of it. Such a scene was even more puzzling. This is single-target silence? Such scenes were still playing out one after another. At the edge of the sea cliff, the blind lady stood up quietly and tilted her head slightly to carefully sense the battlefield. She said softly, "That's your body from Earth." Behind him, Jiang Sun softly grunted before turning his head and saying, "Elder He?" Behind him, He Yun's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared in the transparent defensive shield that Baze had put up. The blind lady continued to ask, "That's your star pet?" Jiang Sun looked around for He Yun and answered, "Well, yes, that giant whale came from the deep sea of the North Atlantic Ocean, and that giant dragon came from the Dragon Cave of China." Ha! The blind lady sighed deeply and listened to the dragon's roar and the whale's roar while suppressing the palpitations in her heart. It seemed that Brigadier Jiang had a very exciting life on Earth. While speaking, Jiang Zhao's figure shuttled and flashed in the drizzle, as if he was everywhere. He cast star silence after silence to imprison the figures of the members of the Xianhua organization, one after another. Finally, the members of the Xianhua organization who had entered the battlefield couldn't take it anymore. They were not as loyal as they had imagined. Their comrades were killed one after another, and the star technique of Orchid Bell that was scattered in their bodies was also purified by the heavy rain, making them unable to see any possibility of victory at all. They didn't even seem to have a chance of survival, let alone victory. His team had been countered from all directions, without any blind spots. Jin Yaoqi's expression was extremely sullen, and he quickly fled far away when he realized that something was amiss. He did not order an evacuation, and it seemed that he wanted the members of the organization to continue fighting in order to buy some time for him to escape. However, the people present were not fools. As the first member of the Xianhua organization fled the battlefield, the avalanche began and the members of the Xianhua organization fled in all directions. In just 10 seconds, 7 of the 18 assassins had already died. Without exception, they were all imprisoned by the elusive Jiang Shao, who suddenly emerged from the ground and wrapped up by the imprisoned dragon. After that, the star beasts of the Yi Gu Tower fought back. "You still want us to stay here and make unnecessary sacrifices? Are you playing with my life?" With a variety of auxiliary star techniques, the output of the Yi Gu Tower army was definitely not low. Occasionally, there would be a few members of the Xianhua organization who were difficult to kill immediately, but they would not be able to survive in this world. Because, the heavenly halberd in the hands of the iron-headed baby that was shuttling at high speed did not agree. Little Chongyang was extremely agitated and his face was flushed. While shuttling, he would occasionally stop and look up at the dragon and the whale. Where did this Jiang Shao come from? How impressive! He even brought 2 big pets. Ah? What's that? Many small dragons emerged from the ground. Why are there 2 black dragons circling around the edge of the battlefield? No, I have to go and take a look while I have time now. While thinking about it, little Chongyang's body flashed. Why did the space-time gap fail? Who's plotting against me? Why aren't you letting me teleport? Little Chongyang glared at the people around him, while the book's soul beside him subconsciously floated back half a meter and looked at little Chongyang in bewilderment. The book's soul blinked its large illusory eyes with a look of bewilderment. What happened? The enemy has been beaten away. Sister little Chongyang should be happy, right? At the same time, in the dense forest far away from the battlefield, still trying to run? A voice exploded in Chui Kelly's ears, as if it was urging her to die. Chui Kelly's expression changed and she fled in a panic while her figure flickered rapidly. Jiang Shao raised his hand and shot a sound of silence at Chui Kelly's fleeing figure. Bang! The sound of silence domain that covered a large area missed? Chui Kelly's speed was really fast. Even if her star technique was of a higher level, the difference in the effects was indeed huge. Jiang Shao was very clear about that. It was because he had always been improving the quality of his star technique. Besides, Jiang Shao also knew that different star techniques would have a so-called qualitative improvement at different stages. Chui Kelly's cherry blossom domain was indeed of a higher quality. Her entire body seemed to have become one with the falling cherry blossoms. She constantly changed her route and direction without any pattern, making it hard for others to grasp her movements. Yes, run. Just run as fast as you can. In the heavy rain, Jiang Zhao's voice penetrated through the layers of rain, but Chui Kelly didn't seem to hear it because she was running too fast. The problem was, her legs weren't long either. Jiang Shao flashed and returned to the sky, after which two threads of star power were connected to the howling dragon and the buzzing whale. The howling dragon had already received the image transmitted by the buzzing whale. It understood and immediately dispelled the star technique of space confinement. The human, whale, and dragon instantly flashed away. In front of them, Chui Kelly's expression suddenly changed and she hurriedly changed her direction. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded in Chui Kelly's ears again. As long as you don't run out of Earth today, don't even think about living. As he spoke, Chui Kelly fled thousands of meters away, but she was once again intercepted by a figure. What do you mean by a menacing ghost? What do you mean by flashing around? Chui Kelly's face turned pale, and she turned around abruptly, narrowly escaping the range of the sound of silence. The rapidly shuttling figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jiang Shao frowned and flashed again, appearing right in front of Chui Kelly again. He then raised his hand abruptly. Chui Kelly was surrounded by cherry blossoms like a fluttering butterfly. She quickly left the spot and fled in an arc. However, this time, she was no longer greeted by silence. Instead, it was a pillar of holy light that had a diameter of 8 meters. Diamond a blessing? No, it was not a single pillar of holy light, but an entire pillar of holy light. A total of 8 huge pillars of holy light suddenly fell, directly lighting up the pitch-black rainy night, as well as the entire pitch-black forest. This was simply a holy light array. Chui Kelly, who was flying back and forth, looked at the holy light array that appeared in all directions with her mouth agape. As she moved forward, her body suddenly tilted, and she brushed past a huge pillar of blessing. She had brushed past it, but the sparks that splashed out from the blessing light pillar had stained her body. To be precise, it stained the soul of the sea devourer that she was wearing. Liana, a member of the Star Conversion Organization, had once placed her soul of the sea devourer above her head in an attempt to block the blessing pillar above. However, what she faced was a silver quality blessing, not a diamond quality one. At this moment, the soul of the sea devourer tightly wrapped around Chui Kelly's body. In an instant, the extremely penetrating light of blessing splashed on the soul of the sea devourer and Chui Kelly's face. Chui Kelly let out a strange, throaty sound and her body fell straight down like a kite with a broken string. Both of them fell into a blissful dizziness. He worked until 3:30 in the morning. Dizziness, dizziness, dizziness. Today is the 3rd hour, 12, 17, 20. Please support me with your monthly votes. Also, please come to Chidian website and subscribe to the original version, please, Apex. Chapter 1078. I'm rooting for leader Bookworm Cheong. Huh. Ao Long looked at the terrifying holy light array in the distance, and dared not move forward. Once again, it had a clearer understanding of its master's strength. With a whimper, 2 illusory small imprisoned dragons suddenly emerged from the center of the holy light array. The small imprisoned dragon's body was still burning with the ice candle flame. As a star technique, the small imprisoned dragon would not be affected by the blessed pillar of light at all. Its 8-meter-long body wrapped around Chui Kelly, who was falling from the sky. The star technique, imprisonment, was similar to the imprisoned dragon in terms of appearance, but in essence it was an emotionless star technique and not a living creature. Hence, there was no such thing as being blessed at all. The 2 small imprisoned dragons tore at Chui Kelly, and Ao Long in the sky also discovered that something was amiss. 2 dragons are not enough for one person. How tall is Chui Kelly? 168 meters? 7 meters? But how long are the small imprisoned dragons? 8 meters. How can they be divided? Ao Long immediately controlled one of the small imprisoned dragons to fly far away, leaving only one behind. A human, a dragon, and a whale stood far above the sky and looked at the holy light array in front of them. However, they did not rush in rashly. Well, the king of toxic healers was actually afraid of poison too. The 8 pillars of light were too large, and the sparks that emerged from them were too dense. If one was not careful, it would be easy for them to get hit. Besides, at this moment, there was no place for them to land in the dense forest. The entire forest had already been covered with water stains of holy light. The sparks flickered and lit up the swaying forest under the night rain. The scene was rather beautiful. After a long while, as the huge holy light array gradually dissipated, Jiang Shao teleported to Chui Kelly, who was lying on the ground and being entangled by the small imprisoned dragon. Jiang Shao pulled out a crimson giant sword from his chest. Looking at the shivering Chui Kelly, who had a dazed look in her eyes, Jiang Shao clenched the butcher's knife in his hand. Due to the fact that he had to wait for the holy light array to disappear, Chui Kelly's brain could already function normally by the time Jiang Shao arrived. She struggled desperately, but the imprisoned dragon around her became tighter and tighter. Not only did it imprison her body, but it also sealed her star power. The race value of the Sea Devourer was really high. It was brought from Earth and was of platinum quality. But even so, when it was swept up by the small imprisoned dragon, the sea-devouring soul suddenly flew up, carried the imprisoned dragon, and flew into the distance, not knowing if it was because it wanted to save its new master or because it was afraid of Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had seen such a scene before and even experienced it personally. That was in the Dragon Cave. At that time, everyone in the Tail Feather group was imprisoned by the imprisoned dragon, including Jiang Shao. Thanks to the race value of the Sea Devourer, the Sea Devourer robe brought Jiang Shao into the bloody mouth of the imprisoned dragon and completed the counterattack. You ran away. Holy shit, you're really going to recognize me as your master? Now that he has a new master, he forgot about me in the blink of an eye. Jiang Shao raised his hand and released a shot of sound of silence, freezing the sea-devouring soul and the woman wrapped in it in midair. Pfft. Chui Kelly made a soft sound and spat out a mouthful of blood. As a star warrior who was often injured and a prisoner on death row, she thought that she had already experienced most of the pain and torture in the world, but at this moment, she finally realized that she was still too inexperienced. Chui Kelly's mocking and sinister expression disappeared, replaced by a look of fear, an expression of unbearable pain, and a begging mouth. Sir, please wait. Amidst the silence, she couldn't make a sound, but she slowly opened and closed her mouth. Jiang Shao could read her lips clearly and understand what she was saying. You can speak Chinese? You're quite polite, aren't you? Jiang Shao humphed and retracted the sound of silence. This time, the sea-devouring soul behaved itself and dared not escape with the small imprisoned dragon. Chui Kelly suppressed the surging blood in her body and pleaded softly with a trembling voice. Please wait, I beg you, spare my life. I can't die, I don't want to die. Humans have to die sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. Jiang Shao used Star of Silence to make her shut up again. The specially adjusted range of the Sound of Silence completely exerted the effect of the Sound of Silence on a single target, so that Jiang Shao, who was close to the target, would not be affected by the Sound of Silence at all. Jiang Shao twirled the flower blade in his hand and pursed his lip. However, we Chinese are very particular about reciprocity. Since you're so polite then, ladies first. Without hesitation, he held the giant blade in his hand and fiercely stabbed down. Slash. The thick and sharp flower blade directly pierced a hole in Chui Kelly's chest. Even the soul devourer of the sea that she was wearing was not spared. Streams of fresh blood flowed out. He. Chui Kelly opened her mouth wide and found it increasingly difficult to breathe. The scene in front of her was getting more and more blurry. Is this the taste of death? Is this the taste of despair? To make matters worse, Jiang Shao suddenly pulled out the giant sword, causing blood to splatter all over the place. Chui Kelly's eyes gradually lost focus and her breathing gradually stopped, however, at this moment. Ring ring ring, in just a few seconds, Chui Kelly's eyes suddenly widened. Her chest that had been pierced had unknowingly healed. She took a deep breath as her chest violently heaved up and down. Her unfocused eyes gradually focused as she saw the young man squatting in front of her. Hee, did I scare you? Jiang Shao saw him open his palm, and in his palm, water droplets pieced together and gathered into a small water ball. Jiang Shao casually threw the water ball and slapped it on Chui Kelly's bloodstained face. Smack! No one would think that Jiang Shao was helping Chui Kelly wash her face. Chui Kelly herself had the right to speak. She was already in despair and pain, unable to struggle and ushered in the arrival of death. However, after a few seconds, she suddenly opened her eyes as if she had come back to life. She had a faint glimmer of hope in her heart, but she was slapped on the face by a water ball of sadness. The glimmer of hope that had just risen in her heart was instantly destroyed. Her mood that had changed a few times and was on the verge of collapse, under the effect of the water ball of sadness, took a turn for the worse. Faintly, Chui Kelly seemed to hear the murmur of a devil lingering in her ears. We have something to talk about the immortal flower. Little Chongyang had a dazed expression as he looked at the distant horizon. The holy light spirit design that had suddenly appeared seemed to light up the entire night sky. Little Chongyang only came back to her senses when the holy light matrix gradually dissipated. She hurriedly flashed and came to Jiang Sun, who was gathering the Yigu Tower army. She asked curiously, Jiang Shao. Jiang Sun turned to look at the little savage who was dripping wet and said, What's wrong? He Chongyang said, Did you summon that pillar of light? Yes, my main body summoned it. Jiang Sun nodded and sighed softly. This child still did not know what had happened. She also did not know what it meant for Jiang Zhao's main body on Earth to be able to teleport here. While thinking, Jiang Sun continued, Yigu Tower, everyone, hurry up. If you want to squeeze, just bear with it for now. He Chongyang saw that Jiang Sun and the blind lady had activated their shadow ruins and could not help but follow suit. She activated her own shadow ruins and said, Why do we have to put them into the space? Jiang Sun thought for a moment. Suddenly, another Jiang Shao appeared behind him. This time, it really was Jiang Shao himself. Jiang Shao directly opened the gate to the Shadow Ruins world. The gate was nearly 100 meters long and allowed all the star beasts to enter immediately. There was no need to wait in line. Jiang Shao explained, because the alien ball and Earth seemed to have fused. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Zhao's words stopped abruptly. In this small seaside village, Baze was accompanying He Yun as they looked around. It could be seen that this should be an abandoned village. Perhaps the people here had already been evacuated with the army. At this moment, He Yun was standing in a single-story house. His old hands trembled slightly as he gently brushed the dusty table. He Yun could also make this kind of wooden table, but the meaning was different. At this moment, in He Yun's hands, it was truly the furniture of human society. After so many years, he had finally returned to Earth. Thinking of this, He Yun became more and more excited, but also more and more worried. If Earth and the alien ball had fused, did that mean that at this moment, a large number of creatures from the alien ball would enter Earth and wreak havoc? Would it be the same everywhere in the world? Those vicious lands would not be as empty as this place, devoid of any astral beast. Thinking of this, He Yun turned and walked out of the door as he shouted, "Little Jiang, little The world outside had changed. It was still an empty village, but it was clear that this desolate village was fundamentally different from the pure, undeveloped natural scenes on Earth. He Yun's pupils shrank slightly as he said, "Little Jiang?" Gone. The army of Yegu Tower was gone. Everyone in the Star Advent organization was gone. Just 5 seconds ago, Baze and He Yun were still in the deserted village, searching for civilians who might be there in this rapidly changing scene. After confirming that this was a ghost village, and that the people had all been evacuated, Baze heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he transformed into an electric current and rapidly shuttled back and forth, the rapidly alternating scenes suddenly stabilized. The electric current shuttling in the air suddenly turned into a human, and Baze's surroundings finally froze into a natural scene. There was no longer any desolate village or wasteland. The others also noticed that something was wrong. Little Chongyang looked around in confusion and then said happily, "The space has stabilized. We're safe." The blind lady frowned slightly and turned around, only to see Baze's figure quietly appear behind her. "What's wrong?" Baze's expression was solemn as he said, "Elder He and I went to explore the village. When I turned into an electric current and shuttled back, Earth and the alien ball separated again. Elder He should be in a house. He couldn't come out and followed the house back to Earth." The blind lady. On the side, Jiang Zhao's expression was rather ugly. He was the original body. Now, he was trapped in the alien ball. In the sky, an ethereal whale-like sound could be heard, as if it was comforting Jiang Zhao's emotions. "Buzz, thank you, Alliance Master Kazakh, for the 50,000 yuan reward." End of this chapter. Chapter 1079. Jiang Zhao looked up, only to see a dragon and a whale intertwined and swimming slowly under the rainy night. The blind lady sensed all of this and said, "Since there's a first time, there will be a second time. It seems that you won't be trapped here for too long. Earth and the alien sphere have truly entered the fusion stage." "Yes." Jiang Zhao nodded, but he suddenly realized that he had so many body mechas that he could control and a few baits, but everything had followed him to the alien ball. At this time, there was no Jiang Zhao on Earth. There wasn't even a microphone. Damn it! Besides, Hai Tianqing, Fang Xingyun, and his family were still in the Calamity World. His disciple, Chun Lingtao, was also in the Calamity World. What the hell, however, blind lady's words made sense. The fusion of Earth and the alien ball was already inevitable. The scene that just happened also meant that the two planets of different dimensions had truly entered the stage of fusion. "It's an honor to meet you in person, Brigadier Jiang," blind lady said softly. Jiang Zhao closed the door of the Calamity World. Only Jiang Zhao, blind lady, Baze, little Chongyang, and Jiang Sun were left in the venue. "Call me Jiang Zhao or Ninetails," Jiang Zhao replied with a nod. In fact, Jiang Zhao had many thoughts in his mind at this moment. Your honor has yet to come. In my world, you'll still be able to see Four Tails, who has already gotten married, and you'll even be able to see Hai Tianqing's twins." Jiang Shao thought about it and decided not to send this message for the time being. At this moment, his thoughts were in a mess. The huge change in an instant had completely disrupted all his plans. If there were no accidents, he would bring imprisoned Dragon with him tomorrow to study the various physical data and effects of his star techniques with Delian's team. If there were no accidents, the Northwest Army would probably send a vanguard to the Calamity World in a few days to create a shelter for humans. But now, Jiang Shao, who was trapped in the alien ball, could not accomplish anything. As for Senior He-Yun, he had accidentally been brought back to Earth in the drizzle. Jiang Shao frowned and pondered. All of a sudden, the venue fell silent. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Shao said, "We have to change our plan." The blind lady remained silent and waited for him to continue. Little Chongyang, on the other hand, raised his little face and looked curiously at the dragon and whale flying in the sky. "Since we already know that what we do on the peninsula will have an impact on Earth, this experiment can be considered a success." Jiang Shao looked up at the blind lady and said, "What just happened represents the process of Earth and the alien ball merging. So, before that happens, I want to throw all the astral beasts in the alien ball into my Calamity Shadow World." The blind lady was startled and said, "Your Calamity Shadow World? Can it accommodate all the star beasts on alien planet?" "Of course." Jiang Zhao's expression was solemn as he said, "My Calamity Shadow World was created based on the mutated sphere, one in size. If I can clear out all the astral beasts here before the mutated sphere and Earth fuse, or leave a small number of astral beasts here, then when the two planets truly merge, the land of Huaxia on Earth will be spared a lot of suffering." The blind lady opened her mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Shao with her blindfolded eyes. She seemed to be trying hard to accept the information that Jiang Shao had provided her. "He has a one planet? Jiang Shao, those two big guys are your pets, right?" Little Chongyang suddenly asked. Yes." Jiang Shao turned and looked at him, his voice much gentler as he replied softly. Little Chongyang's voice was very soft and a little embarrassed as he said, "Can I go play with them? I want to go up and take a look." Looking at little Chongyang's bashful look, Jiang Shao was amused. He was discussing such an important matter with the blind lady, but little Chongyang was thinking about making new friends. Little Chongyang did not listen to the conversation between Jiang Shao and the blind lady at all. Instead, he kept looking at the giant floating in the sky with his big, cute eyes. Curiosity, desire, when such an expression appeared on the ignorant child's face, Jiang Shao suddenly realized that his heavy heart had become much more relaxed. Jiang Shao stretched out his hand and gently patted little Chongyang's head. "Go, don't fight with them. Buzz." There was another whine. The buzzing wail, which was connected to Jiang Zhao's mind, transmitted some emotions to Jiang Shao. It seemed to be telling Jiang Shao that it was inviting little Chongyang to come. Chongyang's body flickered and he sat on the whale that was floating in the sky. His soft and supple body was beyond little Chongyang's expectations. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with curiosity as she stretched out her small hand and gently pressed the soft skin of the buzzing whale. "If your bait, Jiang Sun, was leading everyone now, I'm afraid they would have already ordered a retreat." The blind lady's calm voice was heard. Clearly, she had already calmed down. "But now we are still on this battlefield, as if we are waiting for the enemy's next assassination. I shouldn't question your strength and decision-making, right?" Jiang Shao said, "This rain is not natural. It's the rain of star power that I summoned. In the rain, I can sense everything." Jiang Shao smiled and continued, "You're right about one thing. I can't wait for them to come back now so that I don't have to interrogate them." The blind lady said, "You caught that woman?" "Yes." "Don't worry about my interrogation skills. I learned them from second last. Although I'm not as ruthless as her, I'm good enough to deal with Xianhua. Jiang Shao said casually, but he suddenly changed the topic. However, time is of the essence now. I don't plan to cause trouble for the Xianhua organization for the time being. I want to throw all the star beasts into my Calamity Shadow world as soon as possible. Once Earth fuses with the alien ball, the creatures of the alien ball will suddenly descend on Earth. You can imagine how painful a blow that will be to China. Okay. The blind lady nodded. She agreed with Jiang Zhao's point of view. On Earth, the top star warriors were only in the Star Sea. Once the Diamond and Star warriors descended, it would be the beginning of the end. The only thing that the blind lady was worried about was Jiang Zhao's strength. No matter what, the blind lady was also a rules awakened in the Starry Sky stage, while Jiang Shao was just a medical assistant in the Starry Sky stage. She asked softly, "Where do you plan to start?" Jiang Shao said, "Beijiang, of course. But that's just the beginning. Subsequently, I'll go to many places. The Shadow Cave of Tianjin, the Dark Cave of Western Guangxi, the Snowy Mountain Domain of Dajiang, the Starry Sky of Great Meng, the Black Fire Ridge of Northern Land, the Cave of Desperation of Yanzhou, the Yen Tribunal of Yen Capital, the Limestone Cave of West Sea, the Tears Forest of Eight Min, the Butterfly Forest of Kainan." Jiang Shao uttered those familiar and terrifying words one after another, causing the blind lady's breathing to quicken. She interrupted Jiang Shao abnormally and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. Are you willing to accompany me?" Jiang Shao asked with a solemn expression. The blind lady looked at Jiang Shao silently. After a few seconds, she smirked and said, "You're rebelling." Jiang Shao asked, "What do you mean by rebelling?" The blind lady said, "I should be asking you that. You know, I want to travel to every inch of this world, but I haven't met any qualified companions." "Yes. Since my body is in the alien sphere," Jiang Shao replied casually. He raised his head and looked at the girl who was playing with the dragon whale. He said softly, "The world is big, I can go anywhere." The blind lady asked, "Is it the dragon whale that gave you confidence?" Jiang Shao pursed his lips and didn't respond. "Since I'm in the alien sphere, I can't use the Calamity World to provide shelter to the people of China. Then I'll do the opposite. I'll eliminate the threat on the alien sphere. Without the internal star map, I'm just a piece of trash with 9 star slots. I can't stand so high and walk so far. But since it chose me, then I'll redouble my efforts and be a person who is blessed by the heavens and works harder than others. At least I won't let this life down. As a student of China, I won 3 World Cup Championship. As a member of the Guardians of the Night, I destroyed the Conquine Dark Hall organization. As a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers, I completed the support mission at the border of the peninsula. I searched for people in the snowfield, protected my comrades in the alien sphere, reported information about the alien sphere to China, arrested the members of the Star Organization, went to the border of the country to guard the country, entered and exited the most dangerous place, the Dragon Cave. I'll do my best to exchange for the talents that God has given me. I'll fight for everything I can get and complete the missions that don't belong to me. I'll also bear the responsibilities that I can't bear. Now I've finally set foot on the alien sphere. As for the decision to start this journey, whether I'm confident or conceited, and whether I'll accomplish what I want or, they might have died under a certain strange star technique and their corpses would be exposed in the wilderness or in an unknown corner, I'll do my best and leave it to fate. Jiang Shao murmured softly, "I can go anywhere and I have to go." Another roll was over and the little toxic healer was in place. I hope that I can do something that everyone likes in the next roll. See you tomorrow. Chapter 1080. It's time to go back, little Chongyang. Jiang Zhao's figure flashed, and he stood on the pitch-black head of the howling dragon. He held the dragon horn with one hand and looked down at He Chongyang, who was curiously touching the back of the humming whale. "It's so soft." Little Chongyang turned to look at Jiang Shao excitedly, and even poked the back of the humming whale with his finger. Unlike ordinary mounts, humans standing on the back of the humming whale felt like they were standing on a small island. After little Chongyang and the humming whale got familiar, he would probably have fun on it. "Let's go back to the white birch forest," Jiang Shao said and held the dragon horn with one hand. In the next moment, the huge figure of the howling dragon disappeared and turned into layers of thick star power that surged into Jiang Zhao's body. Wow! Little Chongyang's eyes were blurred. He looked at the star power fireworks that suddenly bloomed in front of him and suddenly felt that it was beautiful. I'll get Jiang Shao to set off more fireworks for me in the future." Jiang Shao flew to the side of the humming whale and reached out to pat it. Hum! There was another friendly whine, as if it was saying goodbye to little Chongyang. Then, the humming whale turned into thick star power and scattered under the rainy night. Jiang Shao, didn't you say that we're going back to the white birch forest?" Little Chongyang summoned his Black Ridge fire feather and rode on it. He seemed to have come to a sudden realization and asked, "Yes, let's go." With that, Jiang Shao brought little Chongyang down quickly. As Jiang Shao and little Chongyang descended, the star power that chased after them finally entered his body. Jiang Shao reminded everyone and said, "Let's go back to the White Birch Forest tribe now and see how it's going over there." With that, Jiang Shao released star power threads and connected them to Jiang Sun, Bei's Blind Lady, Little Chongyang, and Black Ridge Fireplume. Everyone flashed instantly. "Ah!" White fog came out of Blind Lady's mouth as she felt the cold. Everyone present had been drenched by the heavy rain, and they had suddenly appeared in the snow-covered land of the North River. Naturally, they were quite cold. The blind lady tilted her head slightly and sensed her surroundings. She gently stepped on the snow under her feet and heard crunching sounds. "Is it really Beijiang Province? Instant success?" The blind lady turned around to look at Jiang Shao, and her intentions were obvious. Jiang Shao explained, "I can bring you all around the world. Jiang Sun will describe my strength to you in detail. I'll go look for the clan leader first." The world flickered. The blind lady's heart palpitated slightly. The rules awakened star beads and star techniques were at most group teleportation, and there would definitely be a shake before casting. The distance of the teleportation would be about 100 kilometers. But this support. Is he really a star warrior from Earth? Is this a star technique that a proper medical assistant should have? Under the moonlight, the tribe covered in snow was unusually quiet, as if it had not experienced any changes brought about by the overlapping of the planets. "Who is it?" A hoarse voice came from the entrance of the tribe. Jiang Shao did not immediately flash into the tribe with his men because it was night time. Jiang Shao was worried that his sudden appearance would cause unnecessary trouble. "Ah, aren't you my seventh brother?" Little Chongyang kicked the abdomen of the horse with her short legs and hurriedly stepped forward. She then lowered her head and looked at the savage spearman who was wearing an ape ghoul fur coat. The original name of this creature should be the savage spearman, but now it should be called the savage halberd. After all, under Jiang Zhao's hard work in teaching, all the spearmen had changed their weapons to halberds, and all the swordsmen had picked up giant swords. The only ones that did not change were the savage female archers. %yen %? The savage halberd was stunned. All of a sudden, the 6 halberds at the entrance of the birch forest tribe all walked out and looked at He Chongyang in surprise. "Yo!" Little Chongyang cheered and got off the horse, seemingly having forgotten that she had the star technique teleportation. She flapped her short legs and plunged into the arms of a savage halberd while yelling happily, #yen %at. Apart from Little Chongyang's first question, Jiang Shao couldn't understand the last 2 sentences because they were speaking in the language of the savages. Savage Manji's reaction was interesting. After he lifted little Chongyang and held her in his arms, he immediately noticed little Chongyang's wet and cold body. The savage halberd was a warm man. He hurriedly pulled open the ape ghoul coat and wrapped it around little Chongyang's cold body. He could tell that all the people in the birch forest tribe loved little Chongyang dearly. Even a random barbarian would treat this girl with such an attitude. It was unknown if it was because little Chongyang's mother had done too many favors for the birch forest tribe, or because little Chongyang was so charming that she had become the apple of everyone's eye. Jiang order! Jiang order! The few savage halberds also discovered Jiang Shao, who was walking towards them from behind. They hurriedly stood up straight and bowed to Jiang Shao respectfully. They cupped their fists in the ancient Chinese way. Let's go. Bring me to see the chief now, Jiang Shao said. Two of the guards immediately led Jiang Zhao's team into the tribe. As they walked, Jiang Shao asked, "Did anything happen in the birch forest a few minutes ago?" The savage halberd was stunned. He lowered his head to look at Jiang Shao and said, "Jiang order, nothing happened. The birch forest is heavily guarded. It's very safe here." Obviously, the other party had misunderstood Jiang Zhao's meaning, which meant that there were no other creatures that had invaded. However, the savage halberd had answered Jiang Zhao's question. It seemed that the place hadn't experienced the shaking scene of the fusion between Earth and the alien ball. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and his mind started to race. Could it be that the fusion scene just now wasn't worldwide? Instead, it was only a part of Earth that had such a phenomenon? While he was deep in thought, everyone had already arrived at the entrance of the Buru Chief's cave. It was the middle of the night and the Buru Chief was old. He only got up after a long time, and when he met everyone, he still looked like he was in a daze. % yen and asterisk. Little Chongyang cheered and the Buru Chief instantly woke up. Little Chongyang quickly ran over and shouted, % yen and asterisk. Haha, little Chongyang. The Buru Chief sat on a huge chair and stood up excitedly. However, he quickly sat back down. Due to his height, it was easier for him to hug while sitting down, even though they were of different races. Jiang Shao felt that they were grandfather and grandson, judging from the way they spoke softly and the way they treated each other. "Mr. Jiang, you really fulfilled your promise to the birch forest." After the grandfather and grandson talked for a while, the Buru Chief finally reacted and turned to look at Jiang Shao and the few people behind him. However, as Patriarch Bru spoke, his expression became a lot weirder. His huge, turbid eyes darted back and forth between Jiang Shao and Jiang Sun's face. He said, "I know that Mr. Jiang has always used bait to get the alien ball, but this is the first time I've seen two baits. May I ask why Mr. Jiang summoned two baits to the birch forest? Does Mr. Jiang have any special plans?" Jiang Shao explained, "I'm not bait. I'm the real thing." The Buru Chief was taken aback. He put little Chongyang on the ground and stood up. He strode towards Jiang Shao with an extremely solemn expression. "What happened? Mr. Jiang's real body came to the alien ball?" "Yeah, something did happen," Jiang Shao said with a nod and recounted how he got there just now. The Buru Chief was getting more and more confused. What did he mean? The alien ball was going to overlap with Earth? Did that mean that the birch forest, the habitat of these savages, was no longer safe? When little Chongyang's mother, Zhu Yu, was still alive, she had told Chief Buru many things about human society. The specific meaning she wanted to convey was that humans were very intelligent and their minds were very complicated, so they had to be very careful of humans. That was also the reason why Patriarch Buru was so wary when he first saw Jiang Shao. Madame Zhu Yu also described many scenes of human society, one of which was the dense population of China. According to what Jiang Shao said, once the alien ball merged with Earth, the Chinese who had developed the land of China would likely discover the existence of the birch forest tribe. In fact, The birch forest might even be in a certain town. Once the two scenes merged, the savages would definitely come into close contact with humans. Even if they didn't come into close contact, how would they react if there was such a large tribe dozens of kilometers away from the town they lived in? Madame Zhu Yu had once said that those who were not of the same race would definitely have a different heart. What would happen if another species suddenly appeared beside you? Moreover, it was a brave and ferocious barbarian race that ate raw meat and drank blood. Even if the savages thought that they were full of kindness, would human society accept them? From another perspective, would the savages accept human society? Those were all problems. However, Jiang Shao was there to solve them. Jiang Shao said, "I have a rather magical star technique. Well, let me put it this way. I have a planet that's exactly the same as the alien ball. There's also a birch forest there that's exactly the same as here, but it's now in a primitive environment. You'll have to rebuild the houses and other buildings. I intend to invite you to enter it. There's clearly no problem of fusion there. How about that? Is Chief Buru willing to lead the birch forest there?" The Buru chief froze for a moment and couldn't recover from his shock for a long time. He stared at Jiang Shao dumbfoundedly, unable to imagine that this human actually owned a planet. Should I continue? Chapter 1081. Adding updates for Alliance Master Shang Tianfeng. Sure, I won't argue with you. Jiang Shao opened the door to the Calamity Shadow World and tilted his head at the door. You can send someone in to see if I'm lying. Also, check the terrain to see if it matches the white birch forest. As he spoke, an illusory long whip suddenly appeared in the blind lady's hand. She turned to face a corner of the cave. Jiang Sun hurriedly pressed his hand on her wrist. Chief Buru also spoke up to stop her. "Lady, don't be nervous. It's a member of our white birch forest tribe." The blind lady frowned slightly and said, "Ice Spirit is a member of your savage tribe?" Obviously, the blind lady thought that there were foreign creatures that wanted to ambush this place. Jiang Sun pressed down on her arm and whispered, "It's true that this is the white birch forest, but the white birch forest has a subsidiary tribe called the Ice Prayer Forest. It's formed by the ice demons and ice-sealed walkers led by the Ice Spirit. We flashed directly to the gate of the white birch forest tribe. In fact, if we enter from the valley, we have to pass through the Ice Prayer Forest tribe first." Ice cream? It's been a long time since I've heard of this word. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicacies. The name of a food dragged the blind lady back many years ago, to her not-so-beautiful school days, but who was Lord Threetails? She had to maintain that calm expression. Actually, it didn't matter if she couldn't maintain it. It wasn't a big deal. The key was that if she couldn't maintain it, her persona would collapse. The blind lady wasn't a celebrity. Of course, she wouldn't consider the issue of persona. However, she didn't know that Jiang Shao could actually make ice cream for her now. There was milk here, and Uncle Hai had planted fruit trees. There were all kinds of strange fruits growing on the sphere. The Hai family and the Hu family had seasonings, but they didn't lack sugar. Wouldn't it be difficult to sprinkle it on the milk? Boil it, freeze it, and roll it in the snow for a while. Let's just make do with it. The blind lady didn't know that her calmness had caused her to miss Jiang Zhao's dark cuisine. The blind lady arched her brows and said, "The barbarian clan and the ice clan aren't easy to deal with. Did you tie them together?" Jiang Sun said, "No, I have to talk about my teammates here. When I went to Yigu Pagoda, I only brought Lord Xing. Here, there's a family of 3. They are farming, breeding, teaching, and educating the barbarians." The blind lady was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she said, "A family of 3. You mean, they gave birth here?" "Yes, it's a little boy. He looks like a tiger, and he's already 7 years old. You'll like him very much," Jiang Sun replied with a smile. "Blind lady, they have been here for 8 years? Jiang Sun was stunned for a moment and said, No, I've only been here for 2 or 3 years. What do you want to ask? To Jiang Sun's surprise, there was a look of disgust on the blind lady's face when she heard that 2 star warriors had given birth there. That disgust, of course, was not directed at Yuan, but at this couple. The expression on the blind lady's face was exactly the same as when Yun found out that Hu Wei and Song Lan had given birth there. Those who had truly experienced the suffering of the upper dimension and the hardships of the alien planet would have a completely different way of thinking and perspective on the matter of having the next generation. When Jiang Shao was in the snowfield, he met Yun for the first time and had a frank chat with him. They decided on a plan and planned to choose a day to enter the alien planet. He also invited old He to Hu Wei's residence to rest temporarily. However, Yun refused without hesitation. Obviously, Yun was unwilling to see the couple. Looking at the blind lady's expression at this time, Jiang Shao felt a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh secretly. It seemed that white lies were sometimes necessary. If Jiang Shao told the blind lady that Yuan was born in the safe, stable, and carefree birch forest, perhaps her attitude would be much better. Mr. Jiang. Bru's voice suddenly sounded. What's the matter? Jiang Shao responded. Bru, with the ice spirit, stood in front of the gate of the Calamity World and said, I'll go in with it and have a look. Jiang Shao smiled and nodded. Patriarch Bru's seemingly simple decision indicated 2 things. On the one hand, Bru and the Ice Spirit Clan's leaders had shown their courage and their responsible attitude towards the creatures of the clan. On the other hand, Bru's behavior also expressed his full trust in Jiang Shao. Patriarch Buru also had a reason to do so. After such a long time, Jiang Shao and his team's actions in the White Birch Forest had already shown everything. They had brought too much to the White Birch Forest. Jiang Shao was qualified and worthy of this trust. The creatures of the alien planet did not have any special feelings towards the Chinese New Year. After all, the culture was different, and Hu Wei and Song Lan did not impose this traditional Chinese festival on the birch forest. Therefore, on the night of the first day of the New Year, there seemed to be nothing special about the entire village moving. If it were Earth, why couldn't they wait until after the Lantern Festival? Wouldn't they just let them celebrate the New Year? After an on-site inspection by tribe leader Buru and the ice-praying forest, Ice Spirit, tribe leader, the human and the soul acknowledged this new home. They showed great interest in the safety and stability that Jiang Shao promised. The trust that Bru had for Jiang Shao also made Ice Spirit Clan slightly surprised. Having lived in the Birch Forest tribe for a long time, it knew how important those few humans were to the tribe. In fact, the Ice Spirit Clan's existence was only because of Songlan's suggestion. And the appearance of Jiang Shao, whom they had only heard of but rarely seen, made Ice Spirit Clan more aware of the relationship between the Birch Forest tribe and Jiang Shao. Then, in the Birch Forest tribe, Jiang Shao opened the gate of the Calamity World to the maximum. One by one, the strong barbarians moved quickly. Bru and the Ice Spirit Clan's leader became supervisors. They stood in front of the gate and directed groups of people to enter. Hu Wei and Song Lan, who rushed over after hearing the news, were also pleasantly surprised to see Jiang Shao return. After exchanging greetings, they also knew what the Birch Forest tribe was doing. When the couple heard about the commotion of the fusion between the alien ball and Earth, they were first surprised, then extremely excited. Could they finally return to human society? Could they finally not need to survive in this primitive tribe? Of course, Jiang Shao would not dampen their spirit. He made it clear that if Earth and the alien ball really fused, Jiang Shao would immediately summon them to come out of the Calamity World and return to human society. Hu Wei, who was overwhelmed by joy, gradually calmed down, as if he was thinking about something. Hu Wei stood beside Jiang Shao and asked, "If it's as you said, the fusion of the two planets will undoubtedly be a huge disaster. There will be territorial wars between different races. The land of Huaxia, including the entire world, will be plunged into chaos. Jiang Shao nodded gently. Theoretically speaking, Hu Wei's inference should be correct. Seeing Jiang Shao nod, Hu Wei turned to look at Song Lan and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Jiang Shao tugged Hu Wei's arm and gestured in the direction of Jiang Sun in the distance. You go over there. Hu Wei immediately understood Jiang Zhao's meaning, and brought Song Lan to Jiang Sun, who was standing in the distance. They also saw the blind lady who was floating in the air. Jiang Sun gave the trio a simple introduction, but did not say much. Instead, he changed the topic and said, You two don't have any relatives on Earth, right? Yes. Song Lan nodded. They had discussed this before. Jiang Shao had mentioned many times that if they had someone they missed and needed to pass a message, Jiang Shao on Earth would help them fulfill their wish. At that time, Zhang Songfu gave his parents' address, but Hu Wei and Song Lan did not give any names. Perhaps, the two of them were like Qi Lingzhou from the Tail Feather Brigade, children who grew up in the military. Jiang Shao did not probe further. Jiang Sun said, My Calamity Shadow World is a complete planet with many places suitable for survival. If you don't want to live in the birch forest, you can bring your child to live in a place with beautiful scenery and a pleasant climate. Yuan can also grow up well there. Song Lan said worriedly, No, we can adapt to the climate here. If you really want Yuan to grow up healthily, he needs to interact with people and children of the same age. Upon hearing this, the blind lady at the side turned around and left. From the moment they met, the couple realized that this woman was very cold. Even when Jiang Shao introduced everyone, she only nodded briefly and did not speak. Without a doubt, she was a star warrior who could destroy the world. It was normal for powerhouses to have their own temper. Hence, Hu Wei and Song Lan did not think too much about it. Jiang Sun pondered for a while and said, In fact, there's another family in my world. It's a family of 6 who have just given birth to twins. If you're willing to be neighbors with them, I'll go ask them. Song Lan was overjoyed and said, A family of 6? Not only did they have parents of the same age, but they also had grandparents and 2 newborn siblings? Such a combination would definitely be much better than living with the children of the savage tribe. Jiang Sun understood what Song Lan meant and said, Okay, I'll go ask Hai Tian. Ask them. Not far away, the blind lady who was walking forward suddenly froze. The surname Hai was not a big surname. In particular, Jiang Shao had a slip of the tongue and said the word Tian after the surname. Hai. Jiang Sun looked upset and secretly glanced at the blind lady, only to find that she had already turned her head and was facing him. She was silently looking at him. There was still one more at 20 p.m. Chapter 1082. Seeing the look on blind lady's face, Jiang Sun smiled awkwardly. There were some things that he would have to face sooner or later. Jiang Sun pondered for a moment, organized his words, and said, Hai Tianqing is now living on an island with his wife, parents, and children. The information contained in this sentence was definitely sufficient. Okay, blind lady replied calmly and turned around to leave. Jiang Sun was extremely flustered. Why? Because he was the one who helped to bring Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun together. It's best that they don't meet. It's best that they don't meet. The Shuraba is the scariest. It's fine if the young father Hai is gone. What's that saying again? I'll take care of your wife. You don't have to worry. But what if you hurt the innocent? Although Jiang Shao was a matchmaker and not a queen, the nature of what he was doing was different. Women were creatures with very strange brain circuit. In particular, when this woman was a great Dharma goddess of the starry sky stage, the threat level would increase exponentially. Jiang Sun, Hu Wei, and Song Lan continued to discuss the accommodation matters. Meanwhile, Jiang Shao, who was standing at the gate of the Calamity Shadow World, watched the savages enter and exit the White Birch Forest tribe, and had a thought. Jiang Shao turned to look at the two chiefs and said, "I'm in my original form, so I have many magical star techniques." Upon hearing this, Tribe Chief Buru's interest was piqued. A planet was already shocking enough. What else could be compared to it? Tribe Chief Buru said, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for everything you've done for the White Birch Forest and the Ice-Praying Forest. Our tribe will always remember your kindness." Okay. Jiang Shao waved his hand. This old savage was getting better at speaking Mandarin. He said, "I can raise all of you by 1 level." Tribe Chief Buru was dumbfounded. The Ice-Praying Forest Patriarch was speechless. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. But I was terribly frightened." With that thought in mind, Jiang Shao subconsciously placed his hands on his hip. The Ice-Praying Forest asked, "Is what Chief Jiang said true?" "Yes." Jiang Shao gestured to the Ice-Praying Forest and said, "According to the classification of our human society, you're a platinum quality creature, which is a level 4 creature. I can force you to become a diamond quality creature, which is a level 5 creature." Bing Qilin's huge illusory body floated beside tribe leader Buru. That clear face actually revealed a hint of excitement. Jiang Shao raised his head slightly at Patriarch Blue and said, "Similarly, you and your clansmen can do the same. The gold-ranked Savage Manblade, Man Halberd, and Woman Archer can all be upgraded to Platinum rank. Platinum rank Savage Wizards and Witches can be upgraded to Diamond rank." Patriarch Buru did not doubt Jiang Zhao's words. A planet was right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. It turned out that there were indeed star techniques that were more shocking than star techniques. Buru's voice was trembling. Mr. Jiang," Jiang Shao said, "I have an idea. Listen to it and see if it's correct. Biological characteristics are one aspect, and the level is another. Take Bing Qilin as an example. You're an ice spirit and a natural leader. You can lead the ice demons and frozen walkers to establish your own team. However, if Bing Qilin is upgraded from platinum to diamond, will you be able to lead the other ice spirits?" The Ice-Praying Forest was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he did not respond because he was not a diamond-quality creature and had never encountered a diamond-quality ice spirit before. Hence, he did not know what the specific effects were. Jiang Shao turned to look at Buru and said, "What about you? You're a savage sorcerer. We all know that sorcerers and witches are also the leaders of the savages. They can also lead Man-Blade, Man-Spear, and Woman Archer. If your level is upgraded, will you be able to lead the other sorcerers and witches?" Buru thought about it and said, "I think it's possible." Jiang Zhao's interest was piqued. "Why do you say that?" Buru smiled and said something that surprised Jiang Shao, "Because I'm not a sorcerer." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao did not know what kind of savage tribe Chief Buru was. After all, he was old and had never seen him fight on the battlefield. However, since Buru was the tribe chief, he must be a sorcerer in Jiang Zhao's heart. Could it be? Could it be? Jiang Shao was shocked. Could it be that you're a witch? Chief Buru was dumbfounded. At the side, the Ice-Praying Forest seemed to understand Jiang Zhao's words. The corners of its mouth twitched awkwardly on its illusory face. It seemed that the Ice-Praying Forest had mastered Chinese well during their time in the White Birch Forest. Chief Buru said, "I'm a man-blade. Moreover, according to the classification of human society, I'm not an ordinary gold-quality man-blade, but a platinum-quality man-blade. The other man's spear, man-blade, and woman archer are all willing to follow me. As for the sorcerers and witches who were dissatisfied with me, after my team grew stronger, they all joined us and gradually accepted this fact." TSK. Jiang Shao sighed softly. Looking at Chief Buru's reminiscent gaze, he smiled and said, "Old tribe chief, you have quite a lot of stories." Chief Buru laughed. He was already extremely ugly, and the wrinkles on his face were even more unbearable. Perhaps I can write an autobiography about how I built this white birch forest for future generations to read. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "My other force, Ancient Night Tower City, also had a special fellow. It was supposed to be a platinum-quality silver companion, but it suddenly became a diamond-quality silver companion. Like Chief Buru, it's also a master who commands the world. It's a natural leader, and the grimace monks of the same breed are all willing to listen to its commands. It seems that it's not an exception. The saying of silver quality suppression is very reliable." As he spoke, Jiang Shao turned around and faced the two tribe chief. He said, "I'd like to ask a favor of the two of you." "Mr. Jiang, as long as you say it," Chief Buru immediately said in such an atmosphere. This did not seem to be in line with his thoughtful and apprehensive personality. It seemed that Jiang Zhao's kindness to the white birch forest was too great, so great that Chief Buru was willing to bear the risk. Jiang Shao said, "I'll raise the two of you, as well as your clansmen, by one rank. Will you be able to unify the Savage Tribe and Ice Tribe of the Beijiang land?" Chief Buru's breathing paused for a moment. If it was before, he would not have such confidence. But now Jiang Shao had made it clear that he could raise their rank. In this way, everyone who was at the level of a foot soldier would become a leader. That kind of rallying power was not to be trifled with. Battles might be unavoidable, but more often than not, there might be scenes of kowtowing and surrendering. Once the snowball of the white birch forest rolled, unifying the savage tribe of the entire Beijiang land would not be an impossible task. No matter how old Chief Buru was, no matter how stable he was, faced with such a merit, his heart trembled violently. After all, the blood of the savage tribe still flowed in Chief Buru's body. War, killing, that was their nature. The white birch forest that had been enlightened by Lady Zhu Yu would obviously have more targets. The armory that would unify the world. What kind of scale would the white birch forest develop to? Old Chief Buru had painstakingly worked for many years just to strengthen the white birch forest. Jiang Zhao's proposed goal coincided with his thoughts. At the side, Bing Qilin suddenly spoke. Under the illusory lines, Bing Qilin's words were indistinct, as if it had its own special sound effects. "Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid I can't complete the mission you've given me." Jiang Shao was stunned. If the savage tribe's warlike genes flowed in their blood, then as the tyrant ice soul, they preferred killing and government. Faced with such a proposal, Bing Qilin was actually not moved? Bing Qilin said, "Apart from us, the Ice Tribe team that had nowhere else to go, there are no other Ice Tribe creatures in the Beijiang land that you mentioned. I don't have any other tribe to unify." Jiang Shao was speechless. The speechless Jiang Shao got angrier the more he thought about it. He glared at the Ice Soul. "You're the one with the legs? You've only learned Chinese for a few days, but you're quite serious, huh?" Jiang Shao said, "Then go and unify the Ice Tribe in your Liaodong land. What do you think?" Bing Qilin suddenly floated out, its huge figure shrouding Jiang Shao. It lowered its head and said softly, "I'm willing." "You're willing, you're still willing, your gaze is so sincere, and your words so gentle? Let me tell you, whether you're willing or not, we can't be together. Back then, you Ice Soul tyrants bullied me because I was a little crow and stroked me. I almost peed my pants in fear. There's nothing special about me, the king of poisonous healers, but I'm especially vengeful." In one night, the White Birch Forest Tribe and Bing Qilin Forest Tribe all moved into Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World. The Ice-Praying Forest Tribe was easier to deal with. The Ice race did not need houses to live in. Ice spirits and ice demons were in the form of lines, and the frozen walkers that were like snow zombies preferred to sleep in the snow. That was their favorite bed. As for the White Birch Forest Tribe, because they had been developing in the valley for too long, they had too many functional buildings and areas, so it took some effort. However, Chief Brew was decisive. They had to move. Compared to the survival of the White Birch Forest tribe, nothing else mattered. The most troublesome thing was to move the White Birch Forest cemetery. Since the savages were already civilized, they had great respect for their dead tribesmen. When it came to moving graves, especially when it came to digging up graves, the savage tribe was a little conflicted. Apart from that, the tall and strong savages completed the task well and did not stop for the entire night. Although Jiang Shou had already learned the Tree Hat Demon's plant series star technique and had begun to build houses for them, there were still many savages who were temporarily homeless. However, there were still many barbarians who were temporarily homeless. But it didn't matter. After all, they were barbarians in the first place. They still had the ability to sleep in the wilderness. Jiang Shou had specially built tree houses for the White Birch Forest, but that was before the Calamity Shadow World was upgraded. The location of the Tree City, according to the map of China, was in the Dezhang province. Jiang Shou wanted to preserve the territory of the star beasts from the very beginning, so he directly let the savages settle in the White Birch Forest Valley area. As for the Dezhang province, it was said to be the place closest to heaven. Perhaps it should be preserved as a pure land for Jiang Shou to live in. What if he really ascended to immortality after living here for so long? Chapter 1083. When the sky started to brighten, Jiang Shou led everyone to Yigu Pagoda. He didn't have to disturb the birch forest at night, but Earth and the alien ball could overlap at any time. Time was life. Fortunately, unlike the savage tribe, the ghost monk tribe did not have a fixed time to rest during the day and rest at night. They were full of energy and wanted to fight at all times. They also liked to shop at night like ghosts wandering in the ancient city at night. Jiang Shou, who arrived in the early hours of the morning, made the entire Yigu Pagoda come alive. The ones who were the most dissatisfied were the Soul Warriors and the Dancer clan. This couple was a race that got up during the day and slept at night. However, it didn't matter. Under the signal of Lihauga, a few dancers started playing flutes. Soon, the creatures in Yigu Pagoda calmed down, including the dancers themselves. After Jiang Shou gave some instructions to the Eagle brothers, Yu Yuchen, and Lord Xing Songfu, Yigu Pagoda immediately entered the state of relocation. Both the Eagle brothers and Zhang Songfu were shocked by the fusion of Earth and the alien ball, but they were also full of yearning. Mr. Dachui, who was woken up by the sound of moving, felt extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, Brigade Commander Jiang, he gave me work again. I slept well at home, but he suddenly asked me to move and rebuild the city. Sigh. I'm getting old. I can't even rest in the alien ball, and I can't enjoy life. Jiang Shou, on the other hand, felt that he was old. He wasn't even 50 years old yet, but he was thinking about how to retire every day in Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World. There was also Yigu Pagoda, but it was in Dezhang province. Most importantly, the previous version of the Calamity Shadow World did not have the strange pillar of light in the Central Plains. Now, there was a pillar of light in the Central Plains. This was the key factor that allowed the Ghost Monk clan to gather there and stay there with peace of mind. While Yigu Pagoda was being relocated, Jiang Shou began to get busy with his own things and continue to absorb star beads. During the trip to the peninsula, the Star Advent Squad not only completed the experiment, but they also seized countless King Kong tigers, King Kong deer, Earth hibiscus, and Lily of the Bell star bead. The Earth hibiscus in the alien ball was a platinum quality creature in the first place. Hence, its star beads were of platinum quality too. 100 platinum star beads could increase the quality of the star by one small level. 1,000 platinum star beads would be enough to upgrade the star quality to the candlelight quality. During the course of the expedition of the Star Advent team, the number of star beads they obtained was far more than 1,000. Ghost Monk, Soul Warrior, Dancer, and other creatures were moving while watching Jiang Shou absorb the star beads. They all looked at him enviously, especially Jiang Zhao's personal disciples, the grimace monks. They were more arrogant and had a better relationship with Jiang Zhao. Hence, from time to time, there would always be a few monks who would brazenly approach him and say, "Master, give me a star bead too." In the end, Jiang Zhao was so annoyed that he called out all 10 golden couples and had them form a circle around him to act as his bodyguards. No one was allowed to approach him. Jiang Zhao finally felt much more at peace. Star quality LV 1, 2, 9. Ding. Earthlight level up. Candle moon grade. Star concealment leveled up. Candle moon grade. Secondary level up. Candle moon grade. Jiang Zhao was overjoyed because he had absorbed 1,000 star beads. It was really nourishing. The golden couple bodyguards around him, as well as the star beasts that were moving, were all dilly-dallying and walking slowly. They all liked the rich star power environment where Jiang Zhao was. The gate of Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World was huge and was as long as 100 meters. However, all the star beasts that were moving were willing to walk past Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao carefully looked at the introduction of the star map, and the words made his eyes light up. Candle moon earthlight. When the star map vibrates violently, there will always be a strong ray of light. Condenses star power, vibrates, and changes the original appearance of the star map. Activating it will continuously consume star power. However, with the rising star map, the number of star slots and the star beads that have already been embedded cannot be changed. 3-6. Jiang Zhao licked his lips excitedly. He had already used 3 star maps, namely the Flower Blade, the Withering Bough, and the Sea-Devouring Soul star map. After the upgrade, there were actually 3 more rising star maps that could be created? This time, Jiang Zhao wasn't going to focus on the star map that was suitable for melee combat. Without a doubt, after seeing the Star Conversion Organization, Liana, Jiang Zhao knew that there were many mysterious star maps with strange functions in this world. He definitely couldn't just focus on the few warriors around him while creating the star maps. Old He's Orange Bell Shield and I Chingchen's Peace Buckle were very practical auxiliary star map. Liana's Sea-Devouring Soul star map was even more of strategic value. Well, there's no hurry. I have to think about it carefully before deciding on the production plan for the Rising Star map. While thinking about it, Jiang Zhao looked at the following text. Candle Moon Star Concealment. Freely mobilizes the star power in the body through sealing, concealment, adjustment, transfer, etc. Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. There was no difference in the text, and he could only think about it from the effect. In the future, if he were to conceal his star power, the effect would be better. If he were to inject it into the training space, would the output and speed of star power output be greater? Candle Moon Deputy Image, second form. Activating it will continuously consume star power. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Damn! The introduction of Star Deputy Image was originally the second form. After reaching the Candle Moon quality, the text suddenly became the second form. What does that mean? The Deputy Image star technique was very interesting. The lowest level was Silver quality. The introduction for Silver quality was second face, while for Gold quality, it was second appearance. Ever since it reached Platinum quality, the text introductions for Diamond quality and Star quality had not changed at all. They were all second appearance. However, in the process of upgrading, Jiang Zhao's height could fluctuate by 10 centimeters. Camouflage could no longer be considered a camouflage because Jiang Zhao could completely become another person. All the details on his body, including his voice, were exactly the same as the person he was imitating. The effect of his star technique changed from resembling to yes. As for the Candle Moon quality, it changed from the second form to the second form. Does this mean Jiang Zhao closed his eyes and carefully experienced it for a long time? All of a sudden, His body was enveloped by layers of star power and his image transformed. Jiang Shao, who was 182 centimeters tall, turned into a 282 meters tall monk wearing a bamboo hat and a straw cape. All of a sudden, the 10 bodyguards of Golden Couple were dumbfounded. They were originally facing outwards to guard Jiang Shao, but at this moment, they turned around one after another, only to see that the person they had surrounded was no longer their master, but a monk? The ghost-faced monk slowly reached out his ghostly hand. His sharp and long fingernails pushed up the bamboo hat, revealing his ghostly face and his golden eyes. He. Jiang Shao grinned and chuckled. The surrounding disciples of Golden Couple felt a chill run down their spines. What the hell is this? Jin Tang was obviously hot-tempered. He walked over with his giant sword and hollered, "What did you do to my master?" Seeing that something was amiss, Jin Chong and Jin Song hurriedly reached out to grab Jin Tang. Meanwhile, Jin Sanyang looked at Jin Tang curiously and asked, "Master?" Jiang Jinliang nodded. Her body transformed again, and she returned to her human form. She said, "All of you, turn around. Guard me. Don't turn your head no matter what I turn into." The disciples of Golden Couple looked at each other, but unfortunately, everyone had a dark ghostly face, so they couldn't see their expressions. The disciples of Golden Couple turned around dumbfoundedly, their hearts full of astonishment. "Master, has he been assimilated by Tian Tian of the Ghost Monk clan after mixing with him?" Jin Ji had a lot of careful thoughts. He looked curious and looked behind him from time to time, but he was shocked. Jiang Shao, who was standing in the same place, suddenly turned into Jiang Wenyang. She was also wearing a bamboo hat and a straw cape, but her hair was white and her face was white. Especially, why did she always stare at her own long white jade legs? The next moment the 282 meters tall white-faced dancer turned into a 282 meters tall black jade rue beast. It raised its big head at a 45-degree angle and looked at the sky, looking pitiful and begging for food. If the grimace monk and the white-faced dancer were still in humanoid form, then the auspicious beast was completely out of its human form. Jiang Ruisho was ecstatic. In the past, when the secondary star technique was of low quality, he could transform into Jiang Xiaowu. There was nothing wrong with his image, but there was a problem with his height. Now, the problem of his height was solved. He could turn into a creature that floated up and down by 1 meter. What made the star technique undergo a qualitative change was that Jiang Shao could actually transform into creatures of different races. That was not just a problem of height, but also a problem of body shape. It was confirmed. I'm a monkey. It turns out that I can learn the 72 transformations. It's perfect. From now on, I can transform into the form of a star beast and lead the way among the star beasts to summon other star beasts into the Calamity Shadow world. If it's a creature of a lower grade, such as a group of gold-quality white ghouls, then, as Jiang Xiaowu of the Starfall stage, platinum quality, can I order those gold-quality white ghouls to enter my Calamity Shadow world? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It was simply a divine technique to recruit and drive star beasts away. It could even be used to trick people. The Celestial Flower Organization clearly had the King Kong tiger, King Kong deer, and other star beasts. Jiang Shao could transform into the King Kong tiger and blend in with the star beasts. When the members of the Celestial Flower Organization passed by, they would be killed if they weren't careful. As Jiang Shao continued to experiment, the 82-centimeter-long book soul landed steadily on the ground. This is going to be a little difficult. Although he had transformed into the form of illusory lines, Jiang Shuhan could not float and could only stand on the ground. Besides, Jiang Shuhan's illusory palm couldn't penetrate the ground at all when he reached his hand into the ground. It was just an illusory line, but in essence, his physical body still existed. However, under the effect of the star technique, It had become exactly the same as the book soul. The monkey transformation was not thorough enough. The great sage could even transform into a fly and enter other people's houses through the cracks in the door. Jiang Zhao's body shape couldn't compare to the great sage's, and he couldn't even change his physical body. Apart from being a creature, can I turn into an item? While thinking about it, Jiang Shuhan transformed again, but it turned back into Jiang Zhao's original form. He wanted to turn into a stone, but he couldn't? Jiang Zhao had a look of disdain on his face. What a lousy star technique. What a piece of trash. Chapter 1084. In the Calamity Shadow World, inside Jiang Shou's Calamity Shadow Training Space. Xiao Tao. Martha's sword stopped moving and she took 2 steps back. Chen Lingtao gasped for breath. He looked at the beautiful, charming, and terrifying lady in front of him. He couldn't help but take half a step back. Master was showing mercy? Was she going to let him rest? Martha's expression was slightly awkward. She said, "Master, I have something to tell you." "Yes, go ahead, Master," Chen Lingtao said respectfully. Seeing Chen Lingtao's respectful expression, Martha thought to herself, "I don't know if you can still maintain this attitude after I tell you this news." Martha asked, "Do you know about the alien sphere?" "Alien sphere?" Chen Lingtao froze for a moment, then nodded. "I know this concept. The lower space can enter the upper space through the holy ground, and then through the holy ground you can enter the alien sphere. I also heard that the position of the alien sphere and Earth, from a certain point of view, are very likely to coincide. Our Earth can merge with the alien sphere at any time." "Yes, very good." Martha nodded. As a core disciple of the Yi family, it was not surprising that she knew about this news. This way, it would save her some trouble. "What's wrong, Master?" Chen Lingtao asked. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Martha said, "We are now in the alien sphere." "Chen Lingtao?" Martha said apologetically, "Last night the alien orb fused with the Earth. My body was trapped on the alien orb during the short period of the fusion." Chen Lingtao looked at Martha dumbfoundedly and stammered, This, I'll go out." Martha shook her head and said, "No, with your strength, you'll die if you go out. The creatures on the alien sphere are generally 1 or 2 levels higher than those on Earth. You are now only in the late nebula stage. You haven't even touched the threshold of the galaxy stage. Your physical fitness is not up to standard." Martha pondered for a while and said, "How about this? I'll prepare some star beads for you, and you'll train hard here. When you reach the galaxy stage, your strength will increase tremendously with the star beads I've prepared for you. By then I'll take you out." Chen Lingtao had a pained look on his face. He wished that he had been born 3 years earlier. If that had happened, he would have been at least at the galaxy stage like Yi Qingchen. At this moment, Chen Lingtao still did not know that his sister Qingchen had already gone to the star sea. Martha thought for a moment and comforted him. The fusion of the alien spheres and Earth is inevitable. Maybe it won't be long before we return to Earth. You don't have to worry. The master and the disciple began to chat in detail. At the same time, in front of the stone villa, at the edge of the lake, the woman who was tied up and thrown on the ground with her hands behind her back and star power handcuffs suddenly turned to look at the open space door beside her. Then, when she saw who it was, her body began to tremble violently. In fact, when she saw the space door opening, she had already realized what was about to happen. That terrifying demon was here again. Ever since she was thrown here, the demon had been right in front of her. Under her gaze, he had summoned another bait. Jiang Tu, whom she had killed previously, had returned. Jiang Tu wouldn't make Chui Kelly feel so terrified, but his real body would. Jiang Shao had completely destroyed Chui Kelly's mental state time and time again, leaving her with a strong psychological trauma. Just last night, Jiang Zhao's real body took some time to visit Chui Kelly. Overnight, she experienced a total of 3 tears of sorrow. In the words of Jiang Zhao's real body, it was to wash away all her sins. Jiang Zhao said, "You seem to be recovering well. Do you still have other thoughts? You really have a strong will despite being disabled. How touching." As he spoke, Jiang Zhao stretched out a hand, and under the tear domain, countless water droplets were pieced together. The water, which was a mixture of tear domain and tears of sorrow, once again wrapped around Chui Kelly's body. "No, don't." Chui Kelly shook her head continuously and looked at Jiang Zhao with a pleading expression. "I've told you everything, I've told you everything. Don't do this to me again, I'll sob." Chui Kelly completely broke down and suddenly choked with sobs. Then, she burst into tears. Jiang Zhao looked at the leader of the Celestial Flower Organization in front of him and said, "I just don't have time to deal with you now. In the face of danger, I'll let you live for a few more days. After I solve the crisis in our country, I'll visit everyone in your organization one by one." As he spoke, Jiang Zhao patted Chui Kelly's head and retreated from the space door, leaving Jiang Tu, who had been silent, to sit beside the crying Chui Kelly and look at the calm lake. The lake was recreated by him and the humming whale after the upgraded version of the Calamity Shadow World in order to restore their home to its original state. That day, when they were creating the lake, there was a beautiful figure in front of the glass window in the room in the southwest corner of the second floor of the villa. She was quietly watching the man and the whale rebuild the lake, just like how she used to stand quietly in front of the window and watch the man and the whale play under the moonlight. At the thought of this, Jiang Tu turned his head and looked behind the window on the second floor of the villa, but he could no longer see her figure. As the cries of the woman beside him gradually subsided and turned back into sobs, Jiang Tu also turned around and asked, "Can you speak now?" "Yes, yes." Chui Kelly did not dare to slack off at all. She stuttered and responded in fear and trepidation. Jiang Tu said, "Tell me, how did the Celestial Flower Organization get involved with the Japanese? Tell me in Korean. I'll learn a foreign language while I'm at it." It wasn't that he really wanted to learn that language, but Jiang Zhao had already made up his mind to treat Chui Kelly as a new mecha. One day in the future, he would control the Chui Kelly assassin armor and head to the Celestial Flower Organization. If he did not pass the language test, he would soon be exposed. Since you want to play, let's play it big. When the time was right, Jiang Zhao planned to use the Swallowing Sea Star map as bait to control Chui Kelly's body to land on the Japanese. Even if anything happened, Jiang Zhao, who could flash around the world, could immediately lead the team to support. After walking out of the door of the Calamity Shadow World, Jiang Zhao returned to the empty ancient Yi Pagoda city. He flashed into the conference room next to the gate of the ancient Yi Pagoda city. Here, the gold and silver disciples were standing while the members of the celestial arrival team were seated at the table. Jiang Zhao said, "You guys should be clear about the situation. Tell me, what are your thoughts?" Jiang Zhao said, but his gaze drifted to Zhang Songfu. Zhang Songfu understood. He seemed to have thought about it for a long time and already had an idea. He directly replied, "Jiang LV wants to drive the star beasts into your world as soon as possible to reduce the number of dimensional spaces on Earth and also to prepare for the fusion of Earth and the alien sphere. We all agree with this plan." As he spoke, Zhang Songfu glanced at Falcon Li Haoge and Peregrine Falcon Yu Yuchen, and they nodded in agreement. Zhang Songfu continued, "I think that with the existence of the Diamond Silver Companion, it won't be difficult to subdue the Ghost Monk clan in the Central Plains. We only need to send a team of Ghost Monk soldiers to support the Diamond Silver Companion, and then carry out a carpet search. If you see any ancient pagoda forces, call them into your Calamity Shadow World. On the way, if you encounter the Star Cave clan and the Night City clan, you can also kill and tame them. We have lived in the Central Plains for a long time and know the specific characteristics of the star beasts here. This task isn't difficult. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded and turned to look at the Falcon brothers. He said, Hauge Yuchen, I'll hand these golden couple and silver couple disciples to the two of you. Cooperate with the diamond and silver couple and walk around the Central Plains. In addition, Baze will also be assigned to you. You know, he's also another me. If there's any situation, we can communicate face to face. Li Haoge's phoenix eyes shone brightly and he nodded heavily. After so many years, it seemed that he had finally found a true goal. In the past few years, he was just trying to survive. After meeting Jiang Shao, he adjusted his mentality and began to seek the Yi ancient pagoda to become stronger. However, Li Haoge and Yu Yuchen were real soldiers of the Guardians of the Night. When they discovered that what they did in the alien sphere could protect the land of China, the sense of self-recognition and honor that they hadn't felt for a long time all returned. Jiang Shao pondered for a while and said, I also have a special star technique that can increase the rank of the star beast. You have also seen the appeal of the Diamond Silver Companion. For the sake of your efficiency and safety, I am going to increase the rank of all the Golden Companion and Silver Companion disciples present to the Diamond rank. All of a sudden, the three generals of the Yi ancient pagoda were stunned and looked at Jiang Shao in disbelief. Zhang Songfu was about to say something but was interrupted by Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao continued, In addition, Yu Yuchen, your auspicious beast has been with you for a long time. I will also increase the rank of your mount to increase its appeal in the clan. The auspicious beasts are not like other star beasts. They are timid and obedient, so it should be easier to subdue. Li Haoge suddenly said, In Yi City, there is also the Double Knight Mandarin Duck clan. They have similar personalities as the auspicious beasts. Although the twin Knight Mandarin Duck is difficult to tame, it has a close relationship with the auspicious beasts. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. If a high-rank auspicious beast summons them, most twin Knight Mandarin Ducks will listen. Stunned, Jiang Shao asked, Are you sure? Li Haoge replied, Yes, Jiang LV. I've lived here for so many years, and I know the characteristics of the astral beasts in the Central Plains very well. Other than the star cavern beings being a bit troublesome, everything else is easy. At the side, the blind lady suddenly said, I can contribute my mount. It's also very obedient. City Lord Li can bring it along to carry out missions. Li Haoge's expression was somewhat interesting. He wanted to accept it, but he was too embarrassed to do so. Blind lady continued, It's all for the sake of the mission, so don't worry too much. When our celestial advent party returns, I hope that you guys have also made a detour and come back here. I hope that at that time, all the ghost monks and auspicious beasts of the Central Plains will be gathered in the ancient Yi Pagoda. Zhang Songfu asked, Jiang LV, you seem to have forgotten me? Jiang Shao said, You have another mission. Zhang Songfu, huh? Tell me. Jiang Shao said, Time is running out. Since I have such a star technique, it's best to carry out multiple missions and complete the mission as quickly as possible. We will find suitable spirit warriors, dancing girls, and little book spirits from the 100 elite soldiers who are going on this expedition. We will raise the level of individual creatures. You and little Chongyang will lead us to Ludong province and gather all the local creatures. Ah! Jiang Shao, I want to go with you, he Chongyang frantically said with a panicked expression. It would be best for little Chongyang to lead the soul warriors, female dancers, and little book soul because she had already established her prestige in the army. Looking at the anxious look on the girl's face, Jiang Shao also knew that he shouldn't use the standards of a soldier to demand this child. After thinking about it, he remained silent. However, the other Jiang Shao at the table spoke up. Jiang Sun gestured to little Chongyang and said, I'll accompany you guys. During the expedition to the peninsula, Jiang Sun had also set up a WeChat account in the army. He and little Chongyang would be considered an additional layer of insurance. Little Chongyang was first relieved before feeling a little disappointed. She rubbed her cheeks and muttered, "There's only one." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "That's too much. Why? Do you still want to have one on each side? Are you so beautiful that your nose is bubbling?" While complaining in his heart, Jiang Shao suddenly realized that there was an image in his mind. Climax. Chapter 1085. In the room, the diamond-silver companion finally couldn't help but ask with a hint of anticipation in her hoarse voice, "Master, can I also increase my level?" Jiang Shao glanced at the diamond-silver companion, feeling a little conflicted. On the one hand, the golden companion and silver companion disciples had been with him for a long time and were extremely loyal. Besides, they had all been promoted to the diamond quality, so their appeal was enough. On the other hand, the diamond-silver companion had only been with Jiang Shao for a short period of time. Besides, if he were to increase it to the star quality, things would get out of hand if it had any other ideas. The facts had proven that the diamond-silver companion was extremely patient and could restrain the combat genes in its blood. It had brought a group of ghost monks to the Yi ancient pagoda city. Its wisdom and thoughts had already been tested. The diamond-silver companion had the ability to do anything. However, the other ghost monks could increase their quality, but the diamond-silver companion couldn't. What did that mean? It would obviously disappoint the diamond-silver companion. Even if the diamond-silver companion had no intention of rebelling, she was still forcing it to go down the wrong path. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he said with a smile, "Why? Don't you treat yourself as a monk of the Yi ancient pagoda?" He. The diamond-silver couple grinned and chuckled. He did not say anything else. Jiang Shao said, "Okay, there's no time to lose. Now, all of you go outside the city and wait. Let me give you a good drink." The ghost monks were extremely excited and quickly ran out, but Jiang Shao stopped the diamond-silver companion. The diamond-silver companion seemed to have realized something and did not ask. Instead, she stayed behind silently. Jiang Shao sighed and thought to himself, "She's too sensible. She even knows how to read people's expressions. I really can't treat her as an ordinary star beast." After the gold and silver ghost monks filed out, the blind lady and the others also headed outside the city gate. She was going to be Li Haoga's auspicious beast. Jiang Shao and the diamond-silver companion were the only ones left in the room. Jiang Shao said, "You have a rather special mission." "Master, go ahead." The diamond-silver companion suppressed the excitement of being promoted and said in a hoarse voice. Jiang Shao said, "I will assign you to carry out more dangerous missions with me and third last." The diamond-silver companion was obviously stunned and looked at Jiang Shao curiously. Jiang Shao explained, "I can increase your levels, but I can't increase the level of your star technique. On the other hand, third last and I might have to go to some dangerous places. Hence, I need the help of your diamond quality holy seal." The diamond-silver companion, on the other hand, was even more excited. No matter how much it tried to endure, it was still a member of the ghost monk clan. Upon hearing the word dangerous, the diamond-silver companion was overjoyed. If it was the one leading its clansmen, perhaps it wouldn't be so excited, and it might even seek benefits and avoid harm, taking a detour around the dangerous areas. However, the repeated battles made the diamond-silver companions understand the strength of Jiang Shao and the others. Being able to form a team with such a god-ranked human was already a form of insurance. The diamond-silver companion even believed that regardless of whether the mission was dangerous or not, his chances of survival would be greatly increased if he could stay by the side of such a human. Besides, under the circumstances of having a high chance of survival, he could also fight with foreigners. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Jiang Shao said, By the way, I haven't given you a name yet. Previously, we were in a hurry and you followed me to Ludong and then to the peninsula. You've also become my disciple. Today, I'll give you a name." The diamond-silver companion nodded excitedly. It was clearly more thoughtful than the other ghost monk. Becoming a disciple was one aspect of maintaining a relationship, and having a name meant that Jiang Shao had accepted it into the circle of core disciples of the ghost monk clan. Out of the thousands of ghost monks in the ancient Yi Tower, how many of them had names? There were less than 20. Although Jiang Shao said so, he was actually in a dilemma. Under normal circumstances, the Silver Companion clan would be named after the generals of the Three Kingdoms War. In that case, it would be easier for Jiang Shao to remember. Besides, the name would also fit the character of the ghost monks, which would make it easier for Jiang Shao to give orders and assign people. People like the Diamond-Silver Companion, who were resourceful, tolerant, adaptable, and flexible, seemed to be difficult to fit with the generals. Jiang Shao had never read the official history, so everything was based on the romance of the Three Kingdoms. People with this style were either strategists or lord. However, the Silver Companion was a powerful general. He might have to choose from the late divine generals. Deng Ai Jiang Wei? Of course, Zhong Hui and the others wouldn't work. Those names wouldn't even pass Jiang Zhao's examination. Jiang Shao patted the Silver Companion's arm and said, "From now on, you will be called Yin Wei." The Diamond-Silver Companion cupped his fists and said, "Yes, Master." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Shao threw a counter-current light at Yin Wei. Yin Wei's body also trembled violently. Jiang Shao had the howling dragon and the humming whale in his body, so he could infuse anything. Outside the ancient Yi Tower, the gold and silver ghost monk's disciples all exploded. It was different from Yin Wei's advancement from diamond to star. The ghost monk disciples who advanced from platinum to diamond had experienced the transformation from star sea to starry sky. In this stage, the advancement of their ranks signified a second leap in their physique. For a moment, the ghost monks, who were originally 2.6 meters and 2.8 meters tall, all grew taller. The increase in height was secondary, the key was their body size. The visual difference between a jog and a truck was obvious. Each of the ghost monk disciples had grown several times bigger. Their physical fitness had increased in all aspects. Yin Wei's emotions were rather complicated as he looked at the shorties, who had suddenly grown to be similar in size to him. As a star beast, there was no such thing as a star map. Except for the 2 grades of silver to gold and platinum to diamond, the other grades would only make their star power stronger and their physical fitness slightly improve. At that time, Yin Wei asked Jiang Shao if he could continue to infuse more. Jiang Shao kicked Yin Wei's butt. Due to the huge difference in height between them, Jiang Shao raised his leg to the extent of a split. "You still want to upgrade to the Candle Moon grade? My Ao Long hasn't even reached the Candle Moon grade. What are you thinking?" Yin Wei was also obedient after being kicked by Jiang Shao. He chuckled and didn't ask anymore. After completing the transformation of the Ghost Monk clan, Jiang Shao took little Chongyang to the Calamity Shadow World and chose 2 dancers, the 2 dancers who followed the army to the battle. Then, he chose 2 soul warriors and the little traitor, the paper ink book, who had tipped off the ghost monk and raised them to the diamond grade. Jiang Shao was a little confused. The dancers and the soul warriors were normal. They were about the same size as the diamond ghost monk, about 3.5 meters tall. But the little book soul, why did it become smaller and smaller? It was originally 60 centimeters, like a naughty child. After being promoted to the diamond grade, it shrank to 50 centimeters. Not only that, the paper ink book soul's mouth also grew. Such a change startled everyone. However, although the little book soul now had a mouth, it hadn't mastered the skill of speaking. To be exact, it had never had a mouth in its life. Now that it suddenly opened its mouth, It didn't know how to use it. It was still tightly closed. The overjoyed little Chongyang kept teaching the little book soul how to speak. But the little guy just blinked its big cute eyes and looked at little Chongyang curiously, thinking that she was playing with it. The little book soul also flew around little Chongyang's body happily. Come, learn from me. Ah, little Chongyang opened its little mouth and used the evil dragon roar at the little book soul. Little book soul Zwa Feifei and Right Feifei looked at little Chongyang. Its little face made of illusory lines revealed a happy smile, and it flew one round around little Chongyang. After it had a mouth, it could indeed smile. Ah, you're so stupid! Little Chongyang was so angry that she stomped her feet and puffed up her cheeks, looking at the little book soul unhappily. The little book soul pouted and floated in the air. It also stomped its feet like little Chongyang. After integrating the two dancers, 40 yin-yang spirit warriors, and a little book soul, Jiang Sun, Zhang Songfu, and little Chongyang were sent to Ludong Land by Jiang Shao. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Shao used the 9-star eyes to leave a space mark on Li Haoge and little Chongyang's body to determine their specific location. Although Jiang Sun was accompanying little Chongyang, so Jiang Shao could monitor the child's location in real time, but Jiang Shao was really scared of her. Anyway, his 9-star eyes could lock on the location of 3 target. With this layer of insurance, Jiang Shao felt at ease. After doing all this, Jiang Shao brought the blind lady and Yin Wei, and the 3 of them shuttled back to Beijiang Land. The story on Earth would start from Beijiang. Then the story on the alternate sphere would start from Beijiang. On the alternate sphere, most of the high-level creatures had at least some intelligence, but the white ghouls and white ghoul witches in Beijiang were as cruel as ever. Once Earth merged with the alternate sphere, the gold and platinum white ghouls and white ghoul witches would definitely cause a disaster. More importantly, there was also the volcano-dimensional space and the arsenal-dimensional space. The lava ghouls, lava ghoul generals, lava ghoul warriors, and lava ghoul witches in the volcano, as well as the ape ghouls and ape ghoul kings in the arsenal, were all cruel and tyrannical creatures. In particular, the lava ghoul warriors, ape ghouls, and ape ghoul kings all had the star technique brutality, which would greatly increase their physical fitness. At the same time, they would completely lose their rationality. Not to mention humans, even creatures of the same race would not be able to communicate normally. There was no way to stop them at all. Jiang Shao wanted to end the battle quickly. At the same time, he also increased the quality of his star technique. Green glow, endurance, blessing, decoy, bell, imprint, nostalgia, and dawn. Those star techniques that occupied half of Jiang Zhao's life were all produced in this land. After decoy's level was increased, if he could summon a few more decoy, the efficiency of the next mission would be further improved. While Jiang Shao was improving his strength, he would also be able to better complete the subsequent missions. After comprehensive consideration, Jiang Shao felt that Beijiang Province was indeed an ideal starting point for a novice village. Damn. Chapter 1086. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, in the Xingling district in the north of Beijiang Province, at night, Jiang Shao, the blind lady, and Yin Wei appeared quietly in a dense forest. Stepping on the pure white snow, Yin Wei vigilantly looked left and right. In that deep forest, there seemed to be a faint shadow of a ghost. Jiang Shao said, "We're now in the Xingling district in the northernmost part of Beijiang. Let's start here." The blind lady nodded and said, "Sure." It was Yin Wei's first time in Beijiang. At this moment there was only one thought in his mind. Really? Cold. Yin Wei carried the huge heavenly halberd and tightened his thick raincoat. If only there was a wine gourd hanging on the tip of the heavenly halberd, he would be able to perform in the holy temple of Fengshui Mountain. There was indeed a leopard head among Jiang Zhao's ghost monk disciples. Unfortunately, the leopard head was the disciple of Jin Chong. "I have an immature idea," Jiang Shao said. The blind lady tilted her head slightly and seemed to have sensed some movement in the dense forest. She said, "Go ahead." Immediately after, Jiang Zhao's body turned illusory and rich star power spread out from his body. In just 3 seconds a 282-meter tall white ghoul which with dry and pale skin suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Yinwei got a great shock. Although he was fortunate enough to see Jiang Zhao's transformation when he was moving, he still found it difficult to adapt to it within a short period of time. In particular, after seeing such an ugly and brutal creature, Yinwei had the urge to attack it with his halberd. "How dare you! There's actually something uglier than me in this world?" "Jia jia!" Jiang Xiaowu unconsciously hissed as he spat out white mist from his mouth. His shriveled skin made him look even more ferocious. His eyes were filled with endless murderous intent, and his violent aura made the blind lady have the urge to attack too. "They're too alike. No, they're really alike." The blind lady did not look at Jiang Shao with her eyes, but with her perception. Hence, she was more qualified to say that. In her perception, the creature in front of her had nothing to do with humans at all. It was a real white ghoul which. Hiss! Jiang Xiaowu turned his head and looked into the depths of the forest. The moment he opened his mouth, he let out a furious roar. A horrifying aura burst forth from Jiang Xiaowu's body. The blind lady, who was standing beside Jiang Xiaowu, subconsciously raised her hand and wanted to slap Jiang Xiaowu to death. The body's natural reaction was a warrior's instinct, but the blind lady's rationality prevented her from doing so. Moreover, the awkward thing was that even if blind lady extended her arm, she could not reach Jiang Xiaowu's face. The blind lady was not short. Her excellent genes, coupled with the leap in physical fitness brought about by the two breakthroughs in the Galaxy stage and the Starry Sky stage, caused her height to be fixed at 184 centimeters. She never thought that there would be a situation where she was not tall enough. At this moment, the blind lady was facing Jiang Xiaowu's waist. Jiang Xiaowu's roar was indeed effective. The ghostly figures shuttling back and forth in the dense forest suddenly stopped. Not only did they stop, but a few seconds later, a huge white ghoul actually walked out step by step. The white ghoul roared angrily with saliva dripping from its bloody mouth. Its scarlet eyes stared at Jiang Xiaowu with a burning gaze as it finally walked to Jiang Xiaowu's side. The blind lady and Yinwei did not dare to act rashly. With their strength, they were not afraid of this gold-quality white ghoul. However, everything that happened in front of them was beyond their imagination. Jiang Xiaowu was also a little confused. The white ghoul in front of her could not speak, or rather, it could speak and convey its thoughts. However, Jiang Xiaowu did not understand the language of the white ghouls. The white ghoul just circled around Jiang Xiaowu restlessly. It swayed back and forth, neither attacking nor leaving. It was awkward. The blind lady's heart skipped a beat and she said, "It's following you." Jiang Xiaowu was dumbfounded. The blind lady said, "Let's go. Let's go deeper into the dense forest. Remember, shout as you walk." Jiang Xiaowu was speechless. Without further ado, the group of 4 walked into the depths of the dense forest. The situation was indeed as the blind lady had expected. With Jiang Xiaowu's roars, white ghouls continuously rushed over and joined the team. However, a problem also arose. The white ghouls were very brutal creatures. They were always thinking about killing, eating, and cheering for love. Before they walked a few hundred meters in the dense forest, 2 white ghouls fell behind. Yes, they fell behind on their own accord. Jiang Xiaowu wanted to roar at the 2 white ghouls, but after seeing that they were about to cheer, Jiang Xiaowu stopped roaring. He quickly walked in front of the 2 white ghouls, opened the gate of the Calamity Shadow World, and kicked the 2 white ghouls into the gate of the Calamity Shadow World. Hee hee. Yinwei chuckled as usual. Jiang Xiaowu thought about it and shouted loudly. The surrounding white ghouls were at a loss as they did not know what their leader meant. In fact, the white ghouls were also very puzzled. This leader who suddenly appeared was a little strange. The leader's appearance, temperament, and all other factors were no different from a normal white ghoul witch. However, the problem was that they had never heard their leader's orders. This leader's IQ is a little off. What are you trying to say? Just say it. What do you mean by yelling? To human ears, it was a meaningless roar. However, to the white ghouls, it had a completely different meaning. As Jiang Xiaowu pointed at the space gate, the group of white ghouls understood what their leader meant despite their low IQ, so they walked in one after another. More than 30 white ghouls entered the Calamity Shadow World just like that. Behind the gate was the Xing Ling area of the Calamity Shadow World. However, there was a benefit to having a low IQ. More than 30 white ghouls did not doubt the sudden appearance of the space gate. As Jiang Xiaowu closed the space gate, he said excitedly, "This is great! Without bloodshed, the blade can drive the white ghouls into the Calamity Shadow World." His hoarse voice was intermittent. To outsiders who did not know the situation, they would think that Jiang Xiaowu was about to die. The blind lady nodded and said, "Very good, then we'll adjust our plan. Since you can command the creatures, then we'll advance as quickly as possible. As for those that you can't command, we'll deal with them." "Okay." Jiang Xiaowu immediately nodded in agreement and said, "In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong and quickly find the target, I'm going to start summoning the domain tier rain. It might be cold." Blind lady nodded and said, "Okay." As for Silver Way, well, no one asked for its advice. "Star Boss, don't be so proud," Jiang Xiaowu said intermittently. "I'll use domain tier rain to fly and put a cloak on you so you can fly and also resist the cold." Blind lady pursed her lips and nodded gently, accepting Jiang Xiaowu's kindness. Jiang Xiaowu waved his hand and the black cloak was draped over him. Just as the sea-devouring robe was about to touch Jiang Xiaowu's chin with its collar, it felt that something was wrong. Swish! The sea-devouring robe flew away and Jiang Xiaowu immediately glared at the black cloak. The pitch-black cloak floated in front of Jiang Xiaowu, and a cloud of mist emerged from the hood. Although it had no facial features, Jiang Xiaowu could feel that the sea-devouring robe was in a daze at this moment. "Where's my master? How did he turn into a zombie?" Jiang Xiaowu was furious and roared at the sea-devouring soul, "Ah, it's me. My dear. You're just lusting after my beauty. I've changed my appearance so you pretend that you don't know me." Unexpectedly, the sea-devouring soul was also a face dog. Seeing that Jiang Xiaowu was baring its fangs and roaring at it, it suddenly turned around, searched for a while, and flew in the direction of the blind lady. In this special environment, the only people it had met were the blind lady and Yin Wei. However, from the perspective of species, the blind lady was obviously a human. Besides, little Missy was prettier. The sea-devouring soul draped itself over blind lady's long white robe. It really changed clothes in a second. All of a sudden, blind lady's attire turned into a black cloak that wrapped her body tightly. Without Jiang Zhao's request, the sea-devouring robe automatically returned to its original position, which infuriated Jiang Zhao greatly. After Blind Lady explained, the sea-devouring robe seemed to have failed to accept the new appearance of its master. After the small episode, the trio began searching in the Xingling area. With the candle moon quality star technique, Jiang Zhao's star techniques would not be affected at all. As Jiang Xiaowu's voice echoed in the dense forest, the white ghouls who heard the news immediately rushed over and quickly joined the team. The more Jiang Xiaowu flew, the happier he became. The more he ran, the more excited he became. He didn't care about the icy rain hitting his face. However, his wonderful time was interrupted by another sound. Jiang Xiaowu could sense that there was another team on the hill in front of her. That was also the reason why Jiang Xiaowu was there. At this moment, there were more than 500 white ghouls chasing behind Jiang Xiaowu, but they were stopped by the white ghoul which at the top of the hill. Jiang Xiaowu had long been prepared for this. He used the domain tier to track them down. Jiang Xiaowu looked over, and after floating for a few meters, he saw the figure of a white ghoul which on the top of the hill, surrounded by a group of white ghouls. The two groups of ghosts seemed to be having a fight on the street. None of them took the initiative to attack, and instead, they started a war of words. Jiang Xiaowu's support team was the first to start scolding. They roared at the white ghouls opposite them, but Jiang Xiaowu could not understand what his underlings were saying. Anyway, it sounded filthy. The reason? It was naturally because the white ghouls opposite them were infuriated. It was as if they were rioting. In terms of the standards of human society, it would probably be equivalent to a man being scolded by the other party, right? Both armies had white ghoul witches, so the underlings behind them were all very confident and unyielding. Finally, the white ghoul witch opposite them spoke up. Hiss! Roar! With a roar, the entire place fell silent. No white ghouls dared to act rashly. Although the white ghouls behind Jiang Xiaowu did not dare to speak, they walked around restlessly as if they were waiting for their leader's order to fight the other party. A considerable number of white ghouls looked at Jiang Xiaowu with their big scarlet eyes, as if waiting for their leader to fight back. Jiang Xiaowu naturally would not admit defeat. He roared, "Ah!" Roar, he did roar, but Jiang Xiaowu was cunning. He roared while brandishing his claws and waving his shriveled arms. At the same time, he threw a shot of star silence. In an instant, the expression of the white ghoul which opposite him changed drastically. It was still in the process of roaring when it suddenly became silent. Woo! 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 The white ghouls behind Jiang Xiaowu jumped up and down excitedly. They cheered loudly and even beat their chests with their fists. They were no different from the ape ghouls in the arsenal. Did you see that? That's our boss. Not only can he fly, but he can also yell, and your boss won't dare to make a sound. The white ghouls opposite him were anxious and also swayed around restlessly. They looked at their leader and dared not scold him, but they were probably already cursing in their hearts. It's one thing to be able to defeat him, but you can't lose in terms of aura. Doesn't he just know how to fly? What are you afraid of? The white ghoul which is feeling bitter. I want to curse too, but my abilities don't allow me to. The white ghoul which moved slowly and struggled to move backward while Jiang Xiaowu threw a shot of countercurrent light. All of a sudden, all the white ghouls were stunned. What star technique is this? Why have I never seen it before? Not only can you fly, but you can also throw a black ray of light? The white ghoul which was in the confinement domain of star silence, and its body immediately stiffened when it was hit by countercurrent light. Its mouth was wide open, but it couldn't make any sound at all. Its body was also trembling violently, and it seemed like it was about to advance. The white ghouls were restless and pacing back and forth. Under the watchful gaze of the white ghouls, Jiang Xiaowu slowly floated up. She took the lead. Due to the fact that Jiang Xiaowu's skin was pale and his body was shriveled, he couldn't be a spirited guy. However, his image and aura were definitely that of a gang leader. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiaowu pulled out a giant sword that was surrounded by blood mist from his chest. This time, the white ghouls were even more dumbfounded. What the hell is this? We're all a race that uses our claws to tear and bite. You're cheating. Why do you still carry a sword with you? You don't say. It's really pretty. Among the densely packed white ghouls, there were bound to be one or two with abnormal brains. One of the white ghouls imitated Jiang Xiaowu and grabbed his chest with one claw, then suddenly pulled it out. The white ghoul that was gritting its teeth did not pull out the bloody sword that it had imagined. Instead, it grabbed a handful of white chest hair. 4,000 words. Let's go crazy, asking for votes to support Jiang Xiaowu. Chapter 1087. The giant sword in Jiang Xiaowu's hand was different from the previous ones. When Jiang Xiaowu was in human form, the blade and hilt of the giant sword were about 2 meters long. But now, Jiang Xiaowu's pale claws were holding onto a long hilt. That huge blade was probably close to 4 meters long. Just as the White Ghoul Witch's trembling body calmed down, Jiang Xiaowu stabbed the White Ghoul Witch's chest. Before the White Ghouls could react, the giant sword in Jiang Xiaowu's hand tore apart and the White Ghoul Witch died on the spot. Ah! Jiang Xiaowu stood on the White Ghoul Witch's body and yelled at the White Ghoul army in front of him. Roar! All of a sudden, hundreds of white ghouls howled. Jiang Xiaowu was quick to react and cut off the arm of a white ghoul. Little brother, what's going on? How dare you snatch my corpse in front of me? I just killed your leader and you dare to snatch my corpse? Where's my dignity? However, Jiang Xiaowu discovered that the slash could not stop them from snatching the food at all. When the white ghouls were faced with flesh and blood, their low intelligence was immediately reduced and their bodies were driven by their bestial instincts. Jiang Xiaowu hurriedly snatched the White Ghoul Witch's star bead and then did something outrageous. Jiang Xiaowu opened the space door and threw the broken body of the White Ghoul Witch into it. All of a sudden, a group of white ghouls swarmed forward and rushed into Jiang Xiaowu's calamity world. Jiang Xiaowu hurriedly flew up high and stood in midair, watching as a group of white ghouls scrambled into the calamity shadow world. Blind Lady was speechless. Yin Wei was speechless. At the same time, on Earth, Central Street, Jiangbin City, Beijiang Province. In the dark night, an old man stood silently on the empty street on the dilapidated stone road. It had been 22 years and everything had changed, including the appearance of Central Street. The old man looked around with his turbid eyes. He went to some places in the city, only to find that things were no longer the same, but the people were no longer the same. Although the potholed Central Street had changed a lot, one could still find traces of its original appearance. Sigh. He-Yun sighed softly and slowly closed his eyes. He had dedicated his entire life to the wasteland reclaimers and had no children. At his current age, his parents had already passed away. His former comrades no longer lived in their original residences. Even the barracks had disappeared. After 22 years of obsession, he finally returned to Earth. However, he discovered that this was no longer the Earth that he remembered. In his impression of his hometown, he even felt a little out of place. Hey! You! Stop! A voice came from behind. He-Yun frowned slightly and turned around to see a group of 4 soldiers. He said, "Did you see me move?" The soldier in bright yellow clothes was obviously stunned. It was still fine looking from behind, but once they saw the old man's front, coupled with the old man's words, for a moment, an overwhelming aura surged over, scaring the victor's army. Where did this great god come from? What kind of aura is this? One of the victor's army reached out and tugged at his companion, who had stopped the old man before reminding him, "There was a global earthquake last night." As soon as he said that, the other 3 teammates widened their eyes in shock. Just yesterday, on the first day of the new year, the entire world was caught in an inexplicable earthquake. However, some areas did not feel the earthquake, while some areas were heavily affected. In terms of the territory of China alone, there were a total of 3 areas that had abnormalities. Liaodong Province, around Liaoyan City. Zhongyuan Province, around Xuqing City. Qiangue Province, around Lushui City. The abnormalities that happened in these 3 provinces and cities were like a heavy hammer that hit the land of China hard. Many people went missing and many buildings disappeared. Many terrifying, high-ranked star beasts suddenly appeared. There were also many inexplicable primitive terrains that replaced the terrains of modern society. However, these abnormalities had nothing to do with Beijiang Province, so the victor's army did not think about it previously. However, at this moment, in the middle of the night, an old man was standing there and sighing. Wasn't he suspicious? The team leader stepped forward and said politely, "Old sir, although it's not the extent of martial law in the city yet, we still hope that everyone can go out less. If you have nowhere to go, you can go to the safe house built by the country. It's very dangerous for you to be here. It's currently the period when the dimensional spaces are opening frequently. Once a space door descends, the consequences will be dire." He-Yun nodded and said, "Well, kid, you've become much nicer with your words." The Victor's Army member continued, "Old sir, you seem to have an extraordinary aura. You should be a member of the Star Warriors, right? According to the regulations, we need to check your identity. As you know, it's a special period now, please cooperate." Although He-Yun was completely out of touch with society, he was not an unreasonable person. Why was an old man standing there in the middle of the night? Was he looking for a ghost? Anyone would be suspicious, not to mention He-Yun's aura. He was obviously a Star Warrior. He-Yun nodded again. Since the other party's attitude was good, He-Yun's attitude would be even better. They were all soldiers of China, and they were responsible for patrolling the area in the middle of the night. Deep down, He-Yun still had a good impression of them. He-Yun said, "I'm a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Where's the nearest garrison? Please let me know." All of a sudden, the Victor's Army members were stunned. Is this old man a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers? In terms of age, there was no doubt that he was a veteran. The treatment of the country's veterans was undeniable, not to mention the veterans of the Wasteland Reclaimers. However, there was a problem. This veteran, why doesn't he know the garrison of the Wasteland Reclaimers? Precisely because the country attached great importance to veterans, they paid close attention to the lives of every soldier. Why can't he even contact the organization? Looking at the soldiers looking at each other but not daring to speak, He-Yun smiled and said, "Just tell me the location." The Victor's Army member suddenly said, "Last night there were abnormalities all over the world. Some people went missing, some powerful star beasts suddenly descended, and some terrains suddenly changed. May I ask, did you also experience the tremors?" At this point, He-Yun frowned slightly. He didn't want to report the situation to the outside military, not because he was arrogant, but because he still had something in his bones. Be it glory or stubbornness, everything was still deeply embedded in his blood. There was no reason for the Wasteland Reclaimers to report to the other military forces. Even if one was a first-line guardian of the night, light-chasing, he wasn't qualified. He-Yun nodded and said, "Tell me the location, or bring me there." Seeing that He-Yun had nodded, the Victor's Army members had goosebumps. For decades, they had always heard of soldiers who had mistakenly entered the upper dimension. Today, they finally saw one in real life. Due to the functional nature of the military, most of the soldiers who had mistakenly entered the upper dimension were soldiers from the Wasteland Reclaimers and Guardian of the Night. Judging from this old man's age, he's probably a senior Wasteland Reclaimer? The Victor's Army member picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "I'll make contact now." "Okay." He-Yun responded and turned his head again to look at the surrounding street. What kind of messy shop names are these young people in the modern world? It's simply indecent. Also, what kind of aesthetic standards do these people have? Who's the white-bearded old man on the door? He doesn't look good, and yet he dares to hang it in front of the door? Who would be willing to go in when they look at his old face? He-Yun activated his star technique, Night Eye, and blinked, feeling indignant. This lousy shop is rather red and pretty, but why did it have a foreign name? It turns out that the old man is also a foreigner due to the fact that it was a special period, all the military forces were on standby. The Victor's Army reported to their superiors, who then communicated with them. In less than 3 minutes, 2 teams of people rushed to the scene. One of them was the Wasteland Reclaimers, while the other was the Victor's Army. It seemed that both teams were of high levels. One of the wasteland reclaimers did not even look for the soldiers at the scene to understand the situation. Instead, he stepped forward and asked, "Squad leader, are you a soldier of our wasteland reclaimers?" He-yun looked at the middle-aged soldier in front of him and said, "Wasteland reclaimers, Sky Splitter, team number 042, soldier number 001, He-yun." The middle-aged soldier was not young and was at least in his 40s. He seemed to be a leader and definitely had strong psychological qualities. However, when he heard the team numbers in the Military History Archive and Memorial Hall, his expression changed. Damn it! Wasteland Reclaimers, Sky Splitter. Just like its name. Sky Splitter. Earth Splitter. Team number 042, Sky Splitter, and team number 037, belonged to the first batch of teams that developed the 3 northern provinces and the 5 eastern alliances. At that time, Sky Splitter and Earth Splitter were still small teams. But now, these 2 numbers were already at the regimental level. Seeing the man's reaction, He-yun was slightly stunned too. He smiled and reached out to pat the man on the shoulder. However, he saw He-yun's emotional expression and sighed deeply. "Thank you for still remembering me." The middle-aged man dared not accept his thanks. Instead, he took a step back and yelled, "Everyone, stand at attention." Under the order, the 3 wasteland reclaimers at the back immediately stood at attention. The 2 teams of the victor's army at the back could not help but stand at attention too. Salute! Under the moonlight, the soldiers on the empty street stood in military postures with solemn expressions. Their movements were standard and neat. He-yun froze on the spot, a smile blossoming on his face. His wrinkled old face bloomed like a flower. He chided jokingly, "What kind of soldiers are you? Don't you even need to verify your identities? Do you have to salute everyone you see?" Although he said that, He-yun's dark eyes seemed to be filled with a layer of mist after activating the night vision star technique. "It's been 22 years. I'm finally home. Future generations haven't forgotten me, Apex." Chapter 1088. He-yun's return alarmed many people. That night the old master did not rest. The first person he saw was Jing, the commander-in-chief of the Beijiang Wasteland Reclaimers. As a qualified wasteland reclaimer, He-yun reported everything that happened on the alien planet to his superiors. Inevitably, Jiang Shao and Yu Qiuzi also entered the field of vision of the wasteland reclaimers. After a thorough investigation, He-yun finally found out that Yu Qiuzi, who accompanied him everywhere, was actually a deserter. He-yun couldn't help but sigh. The 2 of them had been together for a long time. Of course, he knew what Blind Lady wanted, but, in that case, why did she still want to be a guardian of the night? From the bottom of his heart, He-yun hoped that Yu Qiuzi would have her own difficulties. However, the name Jiang Shao made it difficult for the wasteland reclaimers because there was no such person in the Guardians of the Night. While He-yun was chatting with Jing, he received some feedback. He-yun was a little dumbfounded. "What's going on?" He looked at the soldier in front of him in shock and said, "That kid told me that he's the deputy brigade commander of the Tail Feather Brigade and a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers. There's no such person?" The soldier understood and said, "The deputy brigade commander of the Tail Feather Brigade is Jiang Xiaopi." In fact, the soldier already had an idea when he came to report. There was only one light-chasing team in the entire China and only one deputy brigade commander, Jiang Xiaopi. Similarly, Jiang Xiaopi had indeed been recruited by the capital's wasteland reclaimers and became a volunteer soldier. Since the character's surname was Jiang, and his age and appearance matched, it was undoubtedly Jiang Xiaopi. However, as the informant, the soldier naturally required the information to be absolutely accurate. If the leader asked, he would tell him his analysis. If not, he would report the information in the most standard form. The soldier turned around and left the conference room under the instruction of the commanding officer. Yin Jing, the commander-in-chief of the Wasteland Reclaimers, smiled and said, "That kid probably used an alias. Among the young talents of the new generation in China, he's the only one who can accompany old He to the alien planet." He Yun nodded. It seemed that Xiao Jiang was indeed outstanding on Earth. Yin Jing continued, "This kid's star conversion is the only way to improve the quality of his star technique. However, according to old Mr. He, a few years ago, he went to the upper dimension to protect the soldiers and search for the soldiers who were lost. However, we did not receive any news from him. The Guardians of the Night have been hiding it from us." Yin Zheng was in his mid-40s, the prime of his life. To be able to sit in such a high position at this age, he was definitely a character. On the other hand, he treated He Yun with extreme respect and did not put on any airs of a leader. He Yun laughed and said, "Then you have to have a good talk with the Northwestern Garrison Guard. Little Jiang is very capable, but I really didn't expect that this kid wasn't bragging. He's really a leader, ha." Of course, Yin Zheng could see the admiration and fondness on He Yun's face. He reckoned that Jiang Shao should have brought a glimmer of hope to the veteran during the tough days in the alien planet and a long period of warm companionship. Yin Jing immediately said, "Yeah, he's one of the best of the younger generation. In fact, you can remove the words younger generation. When he was still on Earth, he should have been the top star warrior." Upon hearing the words, "still on Earth," He Yun's face turned gloomy and he wondered when Earth and the alien planet would fuse. On the one hand, He Yun did not want Earth to fuse with the alien planet because it would bring a huge disaster to the world. However, on the other hand, He Yun had experienced 22 years of wandering and breaking away from human society. He struggled to survive in that primitive society. He did not want everything that he had experienced to happen to Jiang Shao again. However, the world would not change according to anyone's will. If Earth and the alien planet did not fuse, Jiang Shao might be trapped in the alien planet for the rest of his life. Yin Zheng understood He Yun's expression and continued, "This kid has won 2 World Cup individual competitions and 1 World Cup team competition. He has played a huge part in defending the team and individual championship." He Yun was stunned for a moment and said in a low voice, "Huh? He won glory for the country? He's never told me about this before." Seeing that He Yun's mood had improved, Yin Jing continued, "Your little comrade is not simple. As a feudal official, he was sent to the Dajiang province to guard the borders. His meritorious service was outstanding, and he managed to raise the highest level team to a brigade level team. Besides, Wei Feather managed to break through the dragon cave 3 times. He Yun slapped his forehead and said, "I saw that black dragon. At that time, we were doing experiments on the alien peninsula and were attacked by the enemy. When the planet was shaking, Xiao Jiang rushed over and summoned a dragon and a whale. By the way, the level of the dragon cave should not be low, right? That dragon doesn't seem to be an ordinary star beast." Yin Jing nodded and updated He Yun with a smile. "The creatures in the dragon cave start from the diamond level and are capped at the star level. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the most dangerous place in China. Before Jiang Zhao's Wei Feather team rose to prominence, the heroic souls of countless warriors were buried there. After Wei Feather took over the mission of exploring the Dragon Cave, there were very few warriors who sacrificed themselves. The star beads obtained from it were also unprecedentedly abundant. Although Jiang Shao spent a lot on the Dragon Cave, the star beads that they obtained from it were truly unprecedented. That was not a lie. Hearing this, He Yun smiled as if he was listening to an outsider praising his grandson. Clearly, that was also Yin Zheng's purpose. He was not trying to suck up to him, but rather, he was telling the truth. He also hoped that he could make the veteran who had suffered a lot happier. While they were talking, someone knocked on the door of the conference room. "Come in." Yin Jing stood up. Judging from his actions, he should be welcoming someone special. He-yun turned around, only to see two identical old men. Tian-san, Tian-si? He-yun exclaimed in shock, followed by a look of ecstasy. Haha, old fellow, you're not dead yet? An old man laughed heartily as he stepped forward and hugged He-yun's body. His aged palm struck He-yun's back heavily. Without a doubt, He-yun, who was numbered 001, had the code name of Tian in the team. It was not a name that ordinary people could use. If one's morals did not match his position, he would easily get into trouble. Tian-san and Tian-si were twin brothers who belonged to the Heaven Opening team. Tian-san was the elder brother, named Tao Siken, and he was a shield warrior. Tian-si was the younger brother, named Tao Sijuan, and he was a dojan. The two old men looked almost identical. They had a head full of white hair and were hale and hearty. They both had square faces and parted hair. If the brothers did not open their star maps, they would not be able to tell who was who. What was more interesting was that although people always said that every Star Warrior's star map was unique, there were still exceptions. For twins, sometimes their star maps were the same. A typical example would be Zhu Wen and Zhu Wu, Jiang Zhao's teammates in Year 1. The star maps of the two brothers were in the shape of fists that were as big as sandbags. Another example would be the sisters in Yu Yu and in Luming. Their star maps were in the shape of deer. However, Tao Siken and Tao Sijuan's star maps were different. Tao Sichen's star map was in the shape of a throne, while Tao Sijuan's star map was, well, it was also a throne. However, there was a difference between the brothers' thrones. Tao Sichen's throne was gold, while Tao Sijuan's was silver. The difference in color also distinguished the brothers' Star Warrior vocations. The three old men reminisced about the past excitedly and could be considered to be in tears. At the side, Yin Zheng did not disturb them and simply watched the scene with mixed emotions. Until he heard a topic of conversation. He-yun asked, "Where's Tian-er?" Tao Siken sighed softly and patted He-yun on the shoulder. "She passed away 2 years ago." Tao Sijuan looked at He-yun's stiff face and said, "She's indeed a few years younger than us, but she's been in a bad mood for so many years." "What do you mean?" "She's only in her 60s and she's a powerful star warrior in the Starfall stage. How can she pass away just like that? Did she die of depression?" Tao Siken said, "It has something to do with her mood, and it might really be because she's getting old. When she was receiving treatment, I went to visit her. She was in great health, but she needed a medical star technique to keep her alive. Normal running and jumping are no problem for her. It's just that she doesn't have a good appetite. She knows that she's nearing the end of her lifespan and has been replenishing her vitality with the medical star technique every day. She's tired of it and doesn't want to go against nature. You're a medical star warrior, so you should know better than us that the human body is just a container. As you get older, the container will become smaller and smaller." "Ah." He-yun sighed deeply. He was well aware of that. He also knew that he was no longer a year old. The Star Warrior vocation was not an immortal cultivator, nor was it a vocation that pursued immortality. At this moment, He-yun's bait was still in the upper dimension of the snowfield. To be honest, the current He-yun was no longer comparable to the bait he had summoned back then in terms of physical fitness. He-yun was also well aware that one day, when his time was really up, his healthy body would deteriorate at a certain point. Everything that he had done when he was young would come back to haunt him when he was old. Star Warriors were different from ordinary humans. Normal humans would gradually age, and over a long period of time, they would go through a process of acceptance. Star Warriors, on the other hand, would suddenly age at a certain point. His physical condition was also deteriorating day by day, getting worse year by year. If one was in the starry stage and had experienced a second leap in physical fitness, the situation would be better. The body container that was expanded again would be equivalent to prolonging one's life, just like He-Yun at this moment. However, on Earth, the highest one could reach was the starfall stage, which meant perhaps at the age of 55, one would still be full of energy and could run faster and jump higher than a 20-year-old. However, at the age of 56, one would have to start experiencing the cycle of reincarnation. It was not that one would suddenly be slower than a 20-year-old, but rather, compared to other star warriors who had been rising, one would no longer be rising and had instead entered a period of decline. He-Yun also knew that one day, he would die and his bait would accompany him to sleep and shatter into bits of star power. It didn't matter. After all, star warriors had a glorious life when they were young. As a special group in society, they would receive some special treatment in all walks of life. After thinking it through, he felt relieved. It was not that He-Yun had enjoyed much special treatment. He had been drifting in the upper dimension and the foreign spheres for 22 years. How could he have any benefits? However, as the heaven-splitting team, he had fought for the future generations. That was truly glorious. Speaking of glory, He-Yun looked at the two old men in front of him and said, "Can you two still move around?" "Don't worry, old man. We're still strong." Tao Sijun chuckled. He-Yun nodded and said, "I know the way to the foreign spheres. How about it? Come with me before you die." The two brothers were obviously stunned. At the side, Zheng was also dumbfounded. He-Yun was really a pioneer. He lived up to his name of heaven-splitting. He had just returned after 22 years, and he was already going to fight again? Was he really not tired? Did he really not want to enjoy life in human society? Tao Sikhen and Tao Sijun looked at each other, and they could actually see the eagerness in each other's eyes. As a shield warrior, Tao Sikhen said, "Our team lacks an attacker?" As he spoke, he glanced at his younger brother with a teasing expression. To his surprise, his younger brother, whom he had been arguing with all his life, did not continue the conversation. Instead, he sighed and said, "Yeah, Tian Air has left." Tao Sikhen opened his mouth and said, "Pai Di and those old fellows are still alive and kicking." He-Yun's eyes lit up. Although they were old, their name was still there. If they could choose, the only team that was qualified to fight alongside them was the Earth-splitting team that had the same name as Heaven-splitting. Tao Sijun snorted and said, "Those old guys are really something, especially Earth-2. His kid is a high-ranking official." At the side, Zheng looked awkward. Of course, he knew who Earth-2's kid was. Although his rank and position were lower than his, it was not that much lower. Moreover, they were all of the same age. Looking at the old men in front of him, Zheng hurriedly said, "Seniors, please calm down. Elder He, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Everyone can see the shock between the foreign spheres and Earth. The wasteland reclaimers also need to make some move. When the time comes, we will need Elder He's guidance." Okay. He-Yun nodded and turned to look at the Tao brothers. "Which of you has Xiao Xiao?" Only someone with a unique identity like He-Yun would dare to mention wine in front of Zheng here. "Let's go, don't cause trouble for our little leader. Let's go home and talk." Tao Sijun dragged He-Yun out. Zheng, however, smiled. Seeing that the old soldiers of Genesis Splitter had reunited and left in high spirits, he didn't want to spoil the mood, so he sent 2 soldiers to escort the old men away. In fact, the 3 wasteland reclaimers did not need escorting at all. The Tao brothers were at the peak of Star Sea. Besides, the Tao family of wasteland reclaimers was not an ordinary family. The 2 old men also lived in a military compound, and their safety was definitely guaranteed. Moreover, there was also He-Yun. In the previous exchange, Elder He had stated that he was a star warrior of the Starry Sky stage. No one on Earth had confirmed that anyone had truly broken through to the Starry Sky stage. Even the mysterious leader of the star organization that stirred up trouble was suspected to be a star warrior. There had never been any concrete evidence. He-yun, a big healer of the Starry Sky stage. This was probably the first officially certified case in the world. Apex. Chapter 1089. On the afternoon of the third day of the Lunar New Year, Second Last received an order from the Guardians of the Night in the northwest to arrange various tasks for the Guardians of the Night in Longon Jincheng. On the night of the 25th, Second Last had already received the news when there was a strange phenomenon on Earth. However, it was relatively peaceful in Dajiang, and there were no phenomena such as terrain changes, the appearance of star beasts, and the disappearance of the population. However, they had to take extreme measures during critical times. The members of the Tail Feather Brigade quickly got to work and each team set foot on their respective posts. They were also on standby 24 hours a day. On the 26th, Second Last received a special piece of news from the Fen City base. Jiang Shao had gone missing. After Di Lian's team arrived, Jiang Shao was nowhere to be seen. Based on Jiang Zhao's movements, the soldiers of the snowfield of Fen City entered and searched the holy ground for a long time. They almost turned the entire place upside down, but they still couldn't find Jiang Shao. From then on, Second Last realized that something was amiss. After waiting patiently for a day, she still didn't get a response from Jiang Shao. In fact, she didn't even receive any news about him. Although Second Last was unwilling to admit it, she knew that Jiang Shao had the ability to flash around the world. Maybe he had accidentally entered the alien planet while rescuing the civilians or the military. Humans had mistakenly entered the alien planet, while the creatures of the alien planet had mistakenly entered Earth. It happened frequently on the night of the 25th, and they were all concentrated in Liaodong, Guizhou, and the Central Plains. So, where could Jiang Shao have gone? Rumor has it that there was an earthquake in the south of the peninsula? Second Last wasn't the only one. Han Jiangxue and the others were also feeling anxious. This damned guy, did he really lose himself? Today, Second Last suddenly received news that she was going to Jincheng, which gave her a great shock. For normal missions, she could just make a phone call or send a video conference. Yet, she was asked to return to the headquarters during such a critical period? What's so important that we have to talk about it face to face? While secretly guessing, Second Last quickly returned to Jincheng and the familiar courtyard of the Guardians of the Night. But here, not only did she see her old leader, but there were also a few unfamiliar officers. Judging from the military ranks hanging on their shoulders, these people's ranks were not low. There was even a round-faced old man among them who was dressed in casual clothes. He had a round head and a round face, with deep wrinkles and a lot of wrinkles on his face. He looked to be close to 70 years old. Familiar yet strange. Where have I seen him before? At Second Last was speechless. Her expression froze as she finally remembered where she had seen him before. She had seen this old man on the list of missing members of the Jiangbin Guardians of the Night. At that time, Jiang Shao wanted to go to the upper dimension to look for the warriors who had gone missing and give them some protection. At that time, Second Last and Jiang Shao investigated the information together. This old man was Wasteland He-yun. To Second Last's surprise, the first thing the old man said when he saw her was to greet her, as if they were close. "You're Luan Lass." Second Last didn't think that she had a good temper. Her stiff face and powerful aura made her think that she wasn't the type that would make others call her a lass at first sight. However, as the old man spoke, there was a hint of admiration on his face. Second Last immediately understood. She reckoned that Jiang Shao must have mentioned her a lot when he teamed up with He-yun in the alien sphere. Upon sight of He-yun, Second Last asked, "Have you seen Jiang Shao?" Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao. He-yun had a bitter smile on his face as he chewed on the name. He sighed softly. "Our Star Advent team was doing experiments on the alien sphere when we were attacked by the Kimchi Death Row prisoners. During the fusion period between Earth and the alien sphere, Jiang Shao flashed to the peninsula to support us. Upon hearing this, Second Last nodded silently. That was indeed something that he could do. As long as it was possible, he would not hesitate to risk his life for it. In the end, he still stepped onto the alien sphere. Second Last sighed silently and wondered if they would meet again in the future. At the same time, in Beijing, after a night of sprinting, the results were gratifying. Yin-Wei was even thrown into the world of the Shadow of Calamity by Jiang Shao to help him train Chen Lingtao. When Chen Lingtao saw a 3.5-meter-tall ghost monk suddenly appearing in the Shadow of Calamity, he was really taken aback. He had heard from his master that they were in the alien sphere at this moment, but damn it! Are all ghost monks in the alien sphere so violent? When Chen Lingtao was being ravaged by Martha previously, he could at least accept it. After all, she was a human, and Chen Lingtao also knew that she wouldn't kill him. However, this monk is way too terrifying. What if it accidentally kills me? What am I going to do then? Chen Lingtao turned around with a bitter expression and looked at Martha, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. He called out weakly, Master. Martha had already entered a semi-dormant state. Upon hearing her disciple's call, she didn't open her eyes and instead said, It's okay, you have a body of steel and you're more resistant to beatings. No. Martha seemed to have come back to her senses. She sat up, turned to look at Yin-Wei and said, Yin-Wei is now the grimmest monk of the star rank. In terms of human star warriors, he would be at the 6th rank, which is 1 rank higher than the Starry Sky stage. Even if he's at the Diamond stage, the physique of this star beast, even if you have a body of steel, it'll be useless. Its sharp claws can really tear you apart. Chen Lingtao was dumbfounded. Yin-Wei. As she spoke, Marta stepped on the sky piercer on the ground beside the bed. She slipped, hooked the sky piercer with the tip of her foot, and kicked at Yin-Wei. She instructed. Strength, speed, agility, in short, retract all of your attributes and just compete with him. Yin-Wei received the heavenly halberd with one hand. His silver eyes stared blankly at Marta and said, Master, you have a lot of bodies. This is better looking than a man. Martha knew that Yin-Wei was referring to Baze. She couldn't help but scold him with a smile. Do I need you to tell me whether it's good looking or not? Creatures like you rely on splitting. What's the point of caring about gender? 020 Quick, teach your junior brother all the heavenly halberd that I've been teaching you. I'm tired and I want to sleep. Girls need to sleep more. It's said to be good for their skin. Marta mumbled and lay down on the bed again. Yin-Wei, on the other hand, had a pained expression on his face. He stopped smiling and pointed at Chen Lingtao with his long ghostly hand. Him? Senior brother? Ah. Martha waved her hand impatiently and said, He became my disciple earlier than you. Senior brother, senior brother. Yin-Wei was so angry that he laughed. His face was cold, and his huge body slightly trembled. He held the sky halberd in his hand and strode towards Chen Lingtao. Chen Lingtao hurriedly retreated. Don't, brother ghost, brother monk. I was wrong. I'm your junior brother. I'll be your little junior brother. Just as the two heavenly halberds were about to touch each other, Martha, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, suddenly said, Be gentler. These simple words seemed to have triggered Yin-Wei's switch. No matter how indignant he was, his body was very honest. Yin-Wei was very obedient to his master and the strength in his hand was reduced by half. Yin-Wei was thrown into the Calamity Shadow World because Jiang Shao and Blind Lady's plan had changed. Jiang Shao really didn't expect that the Candle Moon grade secondary phase would bring so much convenience to his plan of driving and collecting star beasts. Other than encountering some obstacles when encountering the White Ghoul Witches, Jiang Shao, who had transformed into Jiang Xiaowu, did not even need to fight with any of the white ghouls to drive them all into the calamity world. What were they waiting for? What was the point of being so careful? Fly. Jiang Shao and Blind Lady began to fly wildly. With the help of the tear field, they scanned the population of creatures and didn't leave a single one alive. They didn't leave a single race alive. In just one night, the two of them flew all over the Xingling district that belonged to Beijiang. It sounded like a huge achievement, but in fact, the Xingling district within Beijiang province was not particularly large. Due to the fact that the mission was too smooth and the rhythm was too good, Jiang Shao had yet to make a single white ghoul drink. On the contrary, when he was plundering the Xingling district, he made nearly 30 white ghoul witches drink and captured 23 white ghoul witches. This was an alien ball and the creatures were not projections. Jiang Shao also knew the principle of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Hence, he had to raise the white ghouls and white ghoul witches for sustainable development in order to ensure the continuous improvement of the quality of his star technique. Most of the white ghoul witches were of the gold quality. During the night of plundering, Jiang Shao had yet to see a single platinum-quality white ghoul witch. It seemed that not only were there very few white ghoul witches, but there were also very few leaders of a higher level. Back then, Old Master he was really lucky to be able to find a platinum-quality white ghoul witch in the upper snowfield. Jiang Shao also had a plan to breed white ghoul witches, but he didn't have the time to implement it yet. There was no hurry. He decided to wait until Beijiang province was cleaned up. Anyway, the species had already settled down in Jiang Zhao's world of calamity. With so many chickens, would he still have to worry about not having enough eggs? Jiang Shao and the Blind Lady really managed to search an entire city in half a day. One could imagine how efficient they were. In one day, the two of them had looted almost everything in the North River. Why didn't they search everything? It was because the so-called Beijiang province did not simply refer to the urban area, but all the areas under it. When they reached the middle of the Beijiang province, the two of them headed all the way east and headed towards the Red Pine hometown, the Red Pine region. It was also there that they encountered the first arsenal. After fighting for the entire night, Jiang Shao suggested resting for the night. The Blind Lady had no objections and agreed to his suggestion. In fact, Jiang Shao could complete the mission alone, but the Blind Lady stubbornly insisted on working with Jiang Shao. Since they were a team and were carrying out a mission together, there was no reason for her to rest while her teammates worked together. In Beijiang province, Jiang Shao was able to be so domineering because he had found the trick to it. It was also thanks to the suppression of his race and rank. As a platinum stage Jiang Shao was in the Starfall stage, it probably wouldn't be so easy for him to summon other high-level creatures in the future. There would definitely be a tragic battle. For example, the Ape Ghoul King in the arsenal was a platinum stage creature. Hence, the Blind Lady was determined to accompany Jiang Shao on the mission. Seeing that his teammates nodded in agreement, Jiang Shao activated the World of Calamity and returned to the White Birch Forest with the Blind Lady. That night, Jiang Shao planned to raise the rank of a few savage generals. Since the arsenal in the Red Pine region was right in front of him, it was time to call for reinforcements. Jiang Shao could also become a savage sorcerer himself, but for the sake of the future of the White Birch Forest, in order for them to unify the Beijiang arsenal and even the arsenals in the 3 northern provinces, the necessary experiments still had to be carried out. Most importantly, the savages were proficient in their own language. That was different from when Jiang Shao transformed into Jiang Xiaowu and yelled at the white ghouls to drive them away. The barbarians could convince other barbarians by reasoning, moving them with emotions, suppressing them with ranks, and communicating with them through words. They could strengthen themselves without shedding any blood. Ah, that's beautiful. I'll give Chief Brew some tea first. The sorcerer and the sorcerer that little Chongyang called uncle and auntie back then were not bad. If I gave them some tea and raised them to the diamond stage, they would be able to command the crowd. The sorcerer and little Chongyang had a good relationship. Back then, the sorcerer uncle pushed a fake third brother out to comfort the crying little Chongyang. Meanwhile, the sorcerer auntie hugged little Chongyang and comforted her gently as they walked back to the white birch forest. As for the savage female archer, I'll give tea to the leader, Xiao Wu, and bring along those who looked similar. The group of mob spirits did not look friendly to the audience, so there were only a few of them who were passable. As for the savage spearman, I'll give him a few personal disciples. Oh right, I can also give the stubborn blacksmith a cup of tea. No matter what, the stubborn blacksmith will give Jiang Shao and little Chongyang a tender beef. No, a heavenly halberd. Chapter 1090. In the morning of the next day, on the training field of the White Birch Forest, a group of soldiers were all ready and excited. The savages of the White Birch Forest had been training all the time for the sake of protecting the tribe. However, as the White Birch Forest Valley became increasingly peaceful, and with the settlement of Jiang Shao and the other star warriors, they had not experienced any battles for a long time. The White Birch Forest even had to walk out of the valley to look for ape ghouls and hunt them to make fur coats and jerky. Ever since the White Birch Forest moved into the Calamity Shadow World 2 days ago, there was no chance for them to fight at all. It seemed that there were no other creatures in the land of Beijiang in this world, except for them. The savages were very grateful to Jiang Shou, for building the White Birch Forest for them overnight. At this moment, most of the houses in the White Birch Forest tribe were made of tree bark wood, which was also made by Jiang Shou. However, that was not all the savages wanted. Although the savages were far less warlike than the Ghost Monk tribe, they were definitely not a tribe that could be idle. The period of safety, stability, and peaceful development was the best period for the chief of the Buru tribe, but it was torturous for the young savages. Finally, their skills could finally be put to good use. Jiang Shao stood on the high platform in front of the martial arts practice field and looked down at the 30-odd elite soldiers. He was also rather excited. The White Birch Forest could be considered a place where everyone was a soldier. Apart from the cubs, even the savages could fight. There were close to 700 people in the White Birch Forest's battle array, and the 30-odd savages present were all carefully selected. The most conspicuous ones were the 4 savage sorcerers and sorceresses. The 4 sorcerers were carefully selected by Jiang Shao and little Chongyang. According to little Chongyang, they were uncle, aunt, second uncle, and second aunt. Little Chongyang was picked up by Jiang Shao last night to participate in the first mission in the White Birch Forest. Little Chongyang once again felt the thrill of reaching the whole world. Last night, after she was picked up, she accompanied Jiang Shao to choose the sorcerers and aunties that she could trust. She even specially went back to her house to stay for the night. On Lu Dong's side, under the leadership of Zhang Songfu and Jiang Sun, the mission went smoothly. At this time, the warriors were resting. After this mission, Jiang Shao would send her back to Ludong to continue leading the army. However, Jiang Shao felt that there was something wrong with the person that little Chongyang had chosen. It wasn't that there was a problem with the savages themselves, it was just that there was something wrong with the way little Chongyang addressed them. You could either call him uncle or auntie or uncle. How did you end up with your aunt? Could they be from the same family? After Jiang Shao made little Chongyang's 4 relatives reach diamond quality, they were almost 3.5 meters tall. Among the savages who were 2.5 meters and 2.8 meters tall, they stood out like a sore thumb. It would be difficult for them not to be noticed. The leader of the female archers, Xia Wucha, the male halberd blacksmith, Tenacious Sauce, and the others were also upgraded from gold to platinum. However, since there wasn't a second leap in physical fitness after breaking through from gold to platinum, the bodies of the few leaders didn't change much. They all reached the threshold of 3 meters and were more eye-catching than the normal gold barbarians. The first batch of savages that Jiang Shao selected and upgraded were in the limelight. Jiang Shao, who was standing on the platform, could clearly see the envious gazes of the other savages. Jiang Shao said, "You've seen it for yourself. I can upgrade your levels without any danger to your lives." As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, the slightly noisy sparring arena quickly quietened down. Pairs of demonic purple eyes looked at Jiang Shao. A group of hideous guys was staring at him with such longing in their eyes. Even though Jiang Shao had experienced the test of the World Cup, he still couldn't stand it at this moment. Jiang Shao bit the bullet and said, "I'm going to upgrade your levels for the next batch." As soon as he said that, the entire training field exploded. Previously, the savages felt indignant and felt that it was unfair. However, Jiang Shao was upgrading the leaders' levels after all. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only hold it in. But now, Master had made a promise. Instructor Jiang was a man of his word. In the few years he spent in the birch forest, he had fulfilled all the promises he had made. Therefore, in the minds of the savages, Jiang Shao had nothing to do with the concept of lying. As the chief instructor of the savages, Jiang Zhao's prestige had always been there, so there was no need to doubt his words. "Quiet!" Jiang Shao frowned and scolded. The savages quickly quietened down and looked at Jiang Shao eagerly. Jiang Shao felt nauseous when he saw that. All of them looked so ferocious. He was really letting the audience down. He thought to himself, "Why don't I put masks on them?" Logically speaking, if one didn't look at their faces and only looked at their strong bodies, they would definitely be extremely pleasing to the eye and could even make people drool. Jiang Shao continued, "If you want to upgrade your levels, you have to listen to my request." All of a sudden, all the savages pricked up their ears. Yes, they really pricked up their ears. Jiang Shao said word by word, "I don't ask for your battle achievements. I only ask that you listen to my orders. This request is very simple for you because you have been following the orders of the leaders from the beginning, but I need you to be more focused and obedient." Xiao Wucha's purple eyes stared at Jiang Shao as if she didn't hear anything at all. She only looked at Jiang Shao with a burning gaze. Jiang Shao accidentally glanced at her before hurriedly averting his gaze. He never thought that the bewitching purple eyes of the savages would be so passionate. In fact, the halberd and saber leaders felt the same as Xiao Wucha. Jiang Shao had not only taught them combat techniques, but he had also raised their rank. His image in the hearts of the barbarian leaders had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's words were absolute in the savages' hearts. Even if he suddenly said that he wanted to rebel, Chief Buru would probably step down on the spot. Jiang Shao continued, "We will focus on subduing them. Battle is secondary. Everyone, listen to me carefully. This expedition is not for you to kill. We will open our arms to our savages and accept them. If they don't agree, we will cripple them. Then, we will open our arms to accept them." The savages were speechless. Jiang Shao continued, "The ape ghouls are more troublesome. You are natural enemies, and when the two armies meet, a war will likely break out. However, this war will only start when I say so." Looking at the confused savages, Jiang Shao didn't want to disappoint them, for fear that they would think that Jiang Shao was sending them to their deaths. Jiang Shao said, "I can transform into any creature. I will try to order the ape ghouls to throw them into this world. In this way, you savages will have food reserves again and can continue to use the fur of the ape ghouls to make clothes, drink their blood, and eat their meat." Ha! 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 All of a sudden, the savages shouted rhythmically. Jiang Shao even felt that the savages didn't understand what he meant at all, and got excited after hearing that they could drink the ape ghoul's blood and eat their meat. It couldn't be helped. The two races in the arsenal would never reconcile, and whenever they met, they would kill each other. Madame Zhu, you had a hard time correcting the thoughts of the savages and getting them to rear the ape ghouls, so that the ape ghouls in the birch forest valley wouldn't go extinct. However, that was the peace obtained under the coercion of Patriarch Buru. Whenever the two armies met, there would definitely be a fight if there wasn't a sensible leader of the savages to restrain them. In order to prevent any accidents on the battlefield, Jiang Shao said, "When the time comes, I will become the ape ghoul king and drive them all in." In order to remind the savages, Jiang Zhao's body transformed into a tall and sturdy ape ghoul king. All of a sudden, the loud cheers in the arena fell silent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless swords and halberds were erected, while Xia Wucha drew his bow and shot an arrow at the ape ghoul king on the high platform. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, what he feared would happen. It was necessary to make preparations in advance. Jiang Shao immediately transformed back into his human form, pointed at Xiaowu and said, "Put down the bow." Xia Wucha's face stiffened. He blinked his eyes and saw his master clearly on the high platform. Her movements were stiff too, and she awkwardly put down her bow and arrow. She then explained, "It's a natural reaction of the body." With that, Xia Wucha turned his head and looked at the dozen or so female archers behind him before berating them angrily. "Damn it, put down your bows and arrows. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel?" The group of savage female archers put down their bows and arrows. However, they couldn't refute their leader. Hence, the mob spirits pursed their lips and smiled at Xia Wucha. Jiang Shao continued, "However, if I encounter the ape ghoul king, I might not be able to command it, so a war is likely to break out. When that happens, you have to protect yourselves. Our human team will go forward to besiege the ape ghoul king to avoid any casualties." The group of savages looked at each other, while the more intelligent wizards and witches completely understood what he meant. Jiang Jiao's words were just tactful. Although the mission was called a battle, in fact, they wouldn't even need to do anything if everything went smoothly. To put it bluntly, the 30-odd male halberds, swordsmen, and female archers were just there to keep up appearances. The ones who were really useful were the 4 high-level wizards and witches on their side. At most, there were a few high-level halberds, swordsmen, and female archers. Jiang Shao had put in a lot of effort and decided to experiment with the savages to see the effect. He even specially brought little Chongyang back to protect the team. If the effect was good, Jiang Shao wouldn't summon the savages of the birch forest when he encountered the savages in the future. That would be a waste of time. Jiang Shao wouldn't have the time to go in and out of the Calamity Shadow World and help the birch forest subdue the new savages. Jiang Shao would directly become a wizard and summon the savages into the Calamity Shadow World. As for how the birch forest would subdue or conquer the new team of savages, with the experience of this vanguard, it would be up to the birch forest. During this expedition, Jiang Shao also had a mission, which was to learn a few words of the savages. For example, "Go in." If he was more forceful, he could say, "Get in." Of course, with Jiang Zhao's current rank, it was impossible for him to summon the savage wizards and savage witches. After all, he was on the same level as the platinum quality wizards and witches. Therefore, once he encountered the savages led by the wizards, he would really have to trouble little Chongyang's uncle and aunt. However, Jiang Shao could always let the uncle and aunt follow behind the Celestial Advent team. Jiang Shao flew in the air while they ran behind him. Anyway, they had long legs, so they should be able to keep up, right? I wonder if they can withstand the speed of searching a city overnight. Why don't I implement a shift system? 1 on 1 and 1 off? Other than the uncle and aunt, there was also the second uncle and the second aunt. There were still a few wizards and witches in the birch forest. I'll let little Chongyang bring her third uncle and aunt over. We'll follow the Chinese standard, 1 on 1 and 2 off. Everyone, listen up. While thinking, Jiang Shao shouted loudly. With a flash, he arrived below the stage, right in front of the training field, and casually opened the space gate. Jiang Shao said, "Birch Forest! Let's go!" Little Chongyang cheered. "Oh, I'm going to make friends!" Chapter 1091. In the alien ball, in the red pine area of Beijiang. In the cold rain, little Chongyang held the heavenly halberd in his hand, while his wind-fire wings were hissing. He led a group of savages through the vast forest and snowfield. Due to the fact that he had to take into account the speed of the savages, little Chongyang did not ride very quickly. Although the savages had long legs, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Three Tails. The blind lady, who was wearing the soul of the sea devourer, sensed that Jiang Shao was flying beside her. Amidst the sounds of his footsteps, she responded softly. Jiang Shao said, "I'm going to give up the Jiangbin area." The blind lady asked calmly, "What do you mean by giving it up?" Jiang Shao organized his words and flew backward in the air. He looked at the blind lady and said, "Earth needs the star beasts' star beads and star techniques too. If we drive all the star beasts into the Calamity Shadow World, the star beasts on Earth will be considered extinct." The blind lady thought about it and understood what Jiang Shao meant since she was extremely familiar with the Beijiang area. She said, "The snowfield dimensional space is distributed in every area of Beijiang, but only a few cities have arsenals and volcanoes." That was indeed the case. There were more snowfields and volcanoes, but the arsenal dimensional space was, strictly speaking, the representative dimensional space of Zhongji. There were a few in Beijiang, but they were mostly concentrated in Red Pine, Qi City, Oil City, Nanxing under Jiangbin, and Guanlin under Mei City. Guanlin left a deep impression on Jiang Shao. After all, it was the venue of his provincial high school competition. Took a long time to get there by train, and it was also on that train trip that Jiang Shao warmed the feet of Husky for the first time. At that time, Xia Yan was still envious and jealous of Jiang Zhao's rapid improvement in the giant sword technique. But now she had long succumbed to reality. "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "It's good to talk to smart people. Since we plan to plunder Beijiang, we have to leave some resource points for Earth to obtain star beads. I think Jiangbin and the area under its jurisdiction are enough." Before the blind lady could speak, Jiang Shao continued, "Besides, old he knows the way to the alien ball, and that dimensional space is in Jiannan village under Jiangbin. If China on Earth were to make any moves, they would definitely go to the snowfield space of Jiannan village. If we eliminate the creatures in Jiangbin, we can't be sure if the dimensional space below will still exist. As for them, I'm afraid they'll have to find another route. I previously provided a clear route to the alien sphere, but it's at the bottom of the Apennine Peninsula in Europe. Anything that involves other countries will be very troublesome. It's better to have our own way." Upon hearing this, the blind lady nodded and agreed with Jiang Zhao's plan. After getting their support, Jiang Shao had nothing else to talk about. However, his heart moved slightly and he said, "Actually, I can do the mission of searching Beijiang alone. You can enter my world and conserve your strength. When we get out of this place and head toward Great Meng or Yanzhou, you can come and help me." The blind lady shook her head and refused. "No, the creatures in the volcano are of platinum quality. You may not be able to command them. Besides, the Tree Hat clan and the Ice clan in Liaodong are enough to give you trouble. I'll go with you." Jiang Shao thought about it and tried to tempt the blind lady. "By the way, there's second last room in my Calamity Shadow World. You can rest there." There are also some of her belongings in the room, including her meritorious deeds and photos. If you want to see, Jiang Shao stopped abruptly, for he seemed to have said the wrong thing to a blind lady. Okay. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the blind lady actually agreed. The blind lady said, I'll go and take a look at her room when I rest next time, but I won't conserve my strength. She continued, besides, I don't recommend you to go south. When we go back to the west, we can go to the 5 Eastern Alliances. Otherwise, we'll have to go back sooner or later. It'll be a waste of time and effort. No, Jiang Shao rejected decisively. We have to go to the 3 northern provinces first. There were below star level 1 to below star level 5 in Daming Province, and the creatures there were not to be trifled with. Jiang Shao stubbornly wanted to go to Beijiang because he could improve the quality of his star techniques while completing the mission. Jiang Shao had a total of 8 star techniques, all of which came from Beijiang. Hence, he had to be fully prepared before going to meet the terrifying creatures of below star level 5. More importantly, there was a group of Ice Clan creatures in the White Birch Forest that had already evolved. That was a unique advantage. It was something that could only be encountered by chance, and he had to make good use of it. Due to the existence of the Ice Prayer Forest, the Star Advent team could quickly integrate the Ice Clan creatures. The Chinese compatriots were all humans, and there was no such thing as priority. In terms of efficiency, it would definitely be best to go all the way to the south. While the two of them were talking, the sounds of the savages could be heard in front of them. Immediately afterwards, there were also sounds of apes roaring in the dense forest. Woo woo! Roar roar! The team arrived there under Jiang Zhao's guidance. After all, he had been activating his tier field. We're here. I'll go and take a look. Jiang Shao then dashed forward. The team from the White Birch Forest had already stopped. In the dense forest in front of them, there were many figures moving and the tall trees were swaying continuously. The thick snow on the branches was falling. Jiang Shao hurriedly shouted, Don't move! I'm going to transform. The group of savages was speechless. Jiang Zhao's figure transformed and turned into a huge ape ghoul king. The river ape king stomped its feet heavily on the snow and smashed its heavy fists on the snow, causing snowflakes to splatter everywhere. The river ape king opened its bloody mouth and roared into the sky. Roar! In an instant, there was no sound in the dense forest. Monkeys, come out quickly! Greetings, new king! Just as Jiang Shao was feeling smug, an ape ghoul's voice suddenly sounded, and it seemed to be talking to Jiang Shao. However, the river ape king only knew how to shout and did not understand the language of the ape ghouls at all. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, the cries of the ape ghouls in the dense forest became even more ear-piercing. That voice seemed to be very angry? The next moment, in the dense forest 100 meters in front of them, a 16-meter-tall ape ghoul king suddenly appeared. Its huge arms swung left and right, smashing countless trees around it. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Jiang Shao was a little confused. The ape ghoul king and the ape ghouls were different in size and could be easily distinguished. However, Jiang Zhao's field tear did not sense it. Why? Because the ape ghoul king had actually piled up the ape ghouls into a small hill and buried itself. Jiang Shao was a little stunned previously. Why are there so many ape ghouls piled up together? So, it turns out that they're acting as a blanket for boss? But why are you so angry? I didn't answer your question, did I? I want to respond too, but I don't know your language. Jiang Shao immediately shouted in Korean, Please calm down, Smita. I'll give it a try. What if it can understand me? Jiang Tu had been learning Korean from Chui Kelly for a few days. Although his level of improvement was limited, he had not been learning for a long time. However, he had learned Chui Kelly's accent very well. His mockery, contempt, and disdain were imitated perfectly. Moreover, He even spoke with an accent as if he was acting in an ancient Qing dynasty drama. Roar! The 16-meter-tall ape-ghoul king's entire body was made of star power and could be said to be extraordinarily mighty. It didn't respond to Jiang Zhao's words at all. The star power ape king merely rose and landed before it appeared diagonally above everyone. Based on this inertia, it would be like a bomb that would blast into the birch forest tribe. Seeing that things were not going well, the aquatic ape king cursed. F***CKU Smida. The aquatic ape king swung its thick, furry arms and made a gesture of flipping the table. A shot of star silence was thrown out. Roar! Beside the aquatic ape king, little Chongyang panicked when she saw the ape-ghoul king leaping up high. Huff, the little fellow who was 1.6 meters tall suddenly became 16 meters tall. The huge star power He Chongyang appeared. She was holding a huge star power halberd and thrusting it at the ape-ghoul king that was leaping up high. However, the halberd that was supposed to pierce the ape-ghoul king's heart missed its target. It was because at the moment when little Chongyang stabbed upwards, the aquatic ape king's star silence had already smashed onto it. The body of star power star technique was different from other gigantism star techniques because the user still had a physical body. Their physical bodies would be fixed at the heart of the body of star power. Whatever the physical body in the heart did, the body of star power would do the same without any delay. Little Chongyang's halberd was aimed at the ape king's physical body in the heart of the ape-ghoul king. However, Jiang Zhao's star silence had the effect of space confinement. In other words, not only did the ape king's huge body of star power disappear without a trace, but the ape king's physical body was also confined in the sky. Little Chongyang, who had already calculated the direction of the fall, stabbed the ape-ghoul king's foot with her huge halberd. Little Chongyang was immediately displeased. She spun the halberd that was made up of star power and swatted it like a fly swatter. "What are you shouting for? Disobedient! I'll smack you to death!" Pa! After the ape-ghoul king was swatted out of the range of star silence, it could shout again, and its voice drifted further and further away. Roar! Ah! Little Chongyang finally snapped back to her senses when she saw the annoying little monkey being slapped away by her. Jiang Zhao had already controlled it just now, and her slap was equivalent to helping the ape-ghoul king escape from danger. Feeling vexed, little Chongyang hurriedly flashed away. She raised her halberd and stabbed. She did flash away, but her huge body of star power remained in place for a long time before dissipating with the wind. Roar! The dizzy ape-ghoul king roared angrily again after leaving the area of star silence. It actually activated the body of star power again. Suddenly, a huge wave of star power surged out and threw little Chongyang away. Huff! At this moment, Blind Lady suddenly landed at the back of the troops and pressed her hand on the ground. At the next moment, a huge black flower bloomed in the dense forest in the distance, and the thick and long vines quickly swept towards the ape-ghoul king. Little Chongyang got a great shock and hurriedly flashed to dodge. The terrifying giant ape was just like King Kong in the movies. That pair of extremely thick and strong arms frantically tore at the surrounding vines. Blind Lady's slender fingers parted, and in the cold snow that had been drenched by the rain, she pressed out a patch of black ink. However, she wasn't afraid at all when she saw the black ink flower in the distance. At the instant that the ape-ghoul king tore it apart, it grew to more than 10 meters. The huge black petals fluttered in the wind and spread out endlessly. The thick and long black flower vines were like huge whips that lashed out violently at everything around them. Even the giant star power ape was wrapped and strangled by the thick and flexible black ink flower vines. It was fixed in the air and tied to the dense forest. The savages turned around one after another and looked at the silent female human behind them in shock. "This woman is so strong?" The ape king thought about it for a while and said, I'm going to silence it. It will become extremely small, more than 3 meters. Can you still catch it? Blind Lady asked. Must it be alive? The Ape King wanted to speak calmly, but in this form, he would usually roar. Hence he yelled, No need! Woo! In the distance, the Ape Ghoul King wailed, and its ear-piercing and clear voice was suddenly muffled. The ink flower that was blooming in the forest opened up several huge petals like a man-eating flower, and bit off the chest of the star power ape ghouls. Of course, the Ape Ghoul King in the heart was also included, whoosh, due to the fact that the body of star power of the Ape Ghoul King was forcibly disrupted by an external force. The other parts of the body of star power that had not been swallowed by the flower seeds immediately shattered. Little Chongyang was in the dense forest and looked up at the huge black ink flower, as well as the overwhelming flower vines that were whipping everything wantonly. She hurriedly flashed back to the Ape King's side and whispered, This sister is so powerful. I'm sorry, Jiang Shao, I was wrong just now. The Ape King roared at little Chongyang, It's okay. Little Chongyang pursed her lips and said, Don't roar, don't be so fierce. I know I'm wrong. The Ape King was speechless. I've disguised myself as the Ape Ghoul King in all aspect. That's how I sound now. The Ape King lowered his voice and said cautiously, It's okay, go and tell Sister Three Tails and bring the star bead back. Little Chongyang disappeared like a wisp of smoke. The Ape King strode into the dense forest with a pair of huge hands on his waist and roared, Ah! Little monkeys! Hurry up and greet the new king! Your ghost Monkey King has been imprisoned in the black ink flower by that female bodhisattva. From now on, follow me, Jiang Luer, and I'll take you to the Western Calamity World. Peek. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.